Well, hey, what's up and good evening. I hope you guys are ready to have a good time together on the live stream. And there's a lot to talk about today. And I know I wasn't on here yesterday. If you're brand new, I'll introduce myself to you. My name's Tyler Feller, and we run a channel here where we talk about a lot of things. And in today in particular, we're talking about Gabby Petito. And so can you do me a favor just as you're joining in, hit the like button and also write in the comments where you're watching from. I want to know, where is everybody watching from? If I can find out where you're watching from, that's helpful. I'm going to put some on the screen because every single time that we come live, we have literally people from around the world. So already we have Australia, Canada, Hollywood, Florida, Texas, Indiana, Alabama, Bend, Oregon, Denver, Colorado, Sweden, Puerto Rico, Cleveland, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida. So great to see you guys on here. New York, Alabama. Are you a Roll Tide fan? Cape Cod, Michigan. Again from Texas, Kentucky, Nassau, Bahamas. If you're in the Bahamas, let us know. We're going to talk about today all the possible places where Brian may be. So if you're in the Bahamas, did you see him? I'm wondering. Illinois, that's where I'm from. We have Swansea, United Kingdom, England, Kingston, Washington. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Argentina, keep them rolling in. I want to say a big special thank you to all of our mini mods that we have. Some of them are here literally the whole time, and you'll see them. They're on constantly helping us make sure that our chat is nice and clean and people are following the rules. So I just want to say thank you to all of our mods. You guys are doing an incredible job. And really, you're a big part of why this channel is successful. Thank you guys for telling me where you're at. Go ahead and keep it coming. And man, another thing you can really do to help us out as we get started today on the stream is if you hit the like button on the video. There's several thousand of you guys watching, and there were several thousand waiting to watch. And when you hit that like button, what it does is it shoots us out into the YouTube algorithm. And when we're out there in the YouTube algorithm world, well, it just means that we have more people working together to try to find Brian Laundrie. And I don't know about you, but I'm just going to say today, we need to put all of our energy, instead of chasing down a bunch of conspiracy theories, there's a man on the loose and there's a family trying to get some closure so they can grieve. And I don't know if that's going to happen to the best of its ability until we're able to find Brian. And so I just want to encourage you as a community here on the channel, let's do a better job of focusing our energy of where Brian could possibly be. I want to shout out Diane, who became a member also of the Feller fam. If you're a part of the Feller fam, you'll look and see you have special emojis to use. And I got some that are more of my favorite than others. So I challenge you to go through them and take a good look at them and let me know which one you think is your favorite if you're part of the Feller fam. And our Feller fam is growing. And today I just felt like I'm getting so many emails. If you're a part of the Feller fam, just so you know, I sent you on our membership portal my private email, because the press at Tyler Feller one, I get so many emails there. It's hard to cipher through all of them. And so one of the things that I did was, to the people who are on the Feller fam, I sent you my private email today. So if there's something you need prayer for, or if you had a thought that you wanted to share, you can do so on there. Shout out Diane for joining today. Well, there's one video that I wanted us to kind of look at, because as it sort of got released today, there was some thoughts that I had, and one of them was, as the news is starting to say, and as police are starting to say, hey, this could be a case that's out there for a long, long, long time. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to handle it? How are we going to find some resolve there? And as I started to think about it, it was like, it's going to be a long, long time unless a community like the Feller fam and people on this channel decide to put our eyes and ears together to find Brian. And so take a look at this video. Tell me what you think about their perception of it being a long time. And hopefully we're going to make it a lot less time public, all eyes on trying to find Brian Laundrie.
Wednesday marks 1 month since Brian Laundrie's parents claimed they last saw him. And despite a lot of manpower and plenty of resources, police in Northport, Florida, have told News Nation the search could continue for a long, long time. Laundrie is a person of interest in the murder of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. The two were on a cross-country road trip when he returned home to Florida without her. Her body later discovered in Wyoming. Our Ileana Diaz is in Miami this morning. Ileana, what is the latest on the search? They're saying a long, long time. Do they think he's really going to survive in that reserve?
Well, Adrian, no one really knows at this point, but investigators are saying it may take a long time, and that's because there's no notable evidence that at this point could lead to the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie. And there was some interesting news out of North Carolina that a lot of people, especially on social media, have been following. They say that a body was found there, and many people were thinking maybe it was related to Brian Laundrie. Now, the FBI did send us this statement, and it reads, the body discovered along the Blue Ridge Parkway on Saturday, October 9th, 2021, is part of an ongoing investigation. At this time, there is no evidence to connect or any reason to believe it is related to the search for fugitive Brian Laundrie. Now, this is interesting because it's the first time that we've heard from the FBI in quite some time. And it's also the first time that they're calling him a fugitive and not a person of interest, which is what they've been calling him lately. Adrian?
Ileana, we also know that the Petito family was in Florida over the weekend. Do we know what they were up to or what they were prioritizing on this trip?
Well, Adrian, Gabby's parents and the family, they were there visiting a memorial site that people have sort of set up on their own. They've been taking flowers. They've been sending messages to the area. They've also been leaving several gifts there, some kind notes, some prayers, all for Gabby. And the Petito family went to visit that site, and they also took many of these items home with them. And before leaving, Gabby's mom posted on her Instagram, and she said, thank you, Florida, for showing so much love. Now, a lot of these items were being damaged by the sun and by the rain. So the Northport City and the police there said that they are going to be removing all of that tomorrow. But luckily, there's a man from out of state who says he is donating enough to cover a permanent memorial there. It's going to be a bench with Gabby's name on it. Adrian?
Wow, very touching, especially for that family still wanting closure. Ileana, thank you.
So there's kind
Brian
of four
Laundrie. Now, this is
things that
interesting
really
because
stuck out
it's
to
the
me as
first
I
time
was
that we've
listening to that. I would be interested in hearing what you had to say. But one of the things, the first things that they said was, this is going to be a long, long time. It's going to be a long search. It's going to be a long, long time. And so, again, I just go back to my statement that I said before we began. Let's make it not be a long, long time. I think that the public is going to play a pivotal role in us being able to find Brian Laundrie. That means you and I need to keep coming on here when we come on these live streams and doing whatever we can to support the cause of getting justice for Gabby and finding Brian, and also investigating things that are either possible or plausible for us to be able to find him. So they're saying long, long time. I understand why they're saying that, but yeah, I think let's do a better job making it shorter. And then the second thing they said was, it said like nonchalantly or casually that that Brian is at the reserve. So many people were then commenting saying like, well, there's no way that he's at the reserve. Like, he's not at the reserve. He's not at the reserve. And when I was watching that too, I was saying the same thing. Like, we don't know that he's at the reserve. And the way they said that statement, I'm sure was just a mishap. You would think the news wouldn't just say something with that level of authority, but we all are pretty much like, hey, we're doing a poll right now. Hey, he's probably not at the reserve. And people think for a variety of reasons why they would say that he's either at the reserve or not. But I was doing a poll earlier. It's off now. We have a different poll on. But the poll earlier was saying, where do you think Brian's at? And most people, about 50% of people out of 4 different choices, which one of them was Florida in general. One of them was the Appalachian Trail. One of them was, I think the other one was no longer living. The other one was Cuba. And 50% of people said the Appalachian Trail. So it's interesting to me that they just said he was at the reserve like that. And then another thing that I wanted to follow up on was that October 9th sighting of a body in the Appalachian Trail. And like, people kept coming on the chat because we happened to be streaming whenever they made the announcement. And so many people were like, oh, they found Brian. They found a body. They found Brian. They found a body. And like, because they said they weren't releasing the name. That's the only thing. They found a body and they're not releasing the name. Well, I would imagine that they found a couple more bodies since then. This one just happened to hit the news, right? And the only statement there you see on the screen was that the body discovered is part of an ongoing investigation, but it is not related to the search for fugitive Brian Laundrie. And so that answered that question that a lot of you were having. And then the final sort of big thing that stuck out to me as we were listening to and watching this news report is that the Petito family was in Florida. First off, when I heard that, I just thought, wow, I bet that had to be hard because they probably haven't been to Florida and spent much time there. Gabby was the one who lived there. They lived in Long Island. And so I don't know how much time they'd spent together. Maybe they've never been to Northport, Florida, or maybe it was their first or second time, third time coming back. But I think it would be really hard to go to the last place that your daughter lived. And so that's initially what I thought. And then I started thinking, well, why would they go down to Florida? And the news report was saying, well, they were going to get the stuff that was left out in the memorial. And so that sort of makes sense. It's like, okay, you're going to go get that stuff, but they probably could have had somebody send them that stuff, right? I don't know if for sure that's a thing, but I would be thinking if if somebody could send it to me, especially I know the dad said they'd been tired from doing a media tour and traveling all over. I don't know. For me, that felt kind of weird. And then I started to think about all those boxes that the FBI took out of the garage of the house. Do you guys remember? It was like when they went and had conducted a search inside of the Laundrie household, it was like box after box after box that said evidence stuff. And whenever I was listening to the parents' interview on Dr. Phil, one of the things they said was like, we can't believe we haven't even been able to get Gabby's stuff back from the Laundrie household. So the Petitas was wanting all of Gabby's stuff back from the Laundrie household. And I wonder if part of their trip was going down to Florida and retrieving the stuff from the FBI so that they could then take Gabby's stuff home. I don't know for sure, but that was just one of the things that I started to think of whenever I was sort of investigating, my thought behind that whole situation. And Crystal's saying they met with JB. I know that they met with JB. That was clear. And they also met with, I don't know if they met Brian Inton, but they also went to get the memorial items, like you're saying. I'm just saying that's what the news told us, but which is what you're saying, totally fact. I'm just also saying, is it possible that their wish was granted, that they were able to get some stuff back for their hearts of what was Gabby's before? And so just something to think about. I'm not saying that was one of them. Somebody's saying, don't the Petitos live in Florida? No, they live in Long Island. And one of the things they were saying that whenever Gabby's body was discovered by the stepfather, he had a chipmunk come up to him. And then they were talking about when we were all back in Long Island, we've had this chipmunk come up to us, like 3 different chipmunks come up to us. And our whole entire life, we've lived in Long Island. We've never seen chipmunks. So that I thought that was really interesting. Hey, Maggie, thank you for sending the super chat. We've also had some people join the Feller fam today. So I just want to shout out Diane and Susan and Grandma Pam and Mary Jane. Thank you guys for joining. The Feller fam. So many people are correcting me saying that no, the father lives in Florida. So talk about the press conference. Okay, Summer. The press conference is going to be happening tomorrow, and they didn't give any information what they thought was going to be happening in the press conference. I found that really interesting. So all they did was basically release a statement saying that the coroner is going to be having a press conference. And so I put a result in the poll. Will the coroner release details in how Gabby died? Will the coroner release details in how Gabby died? And tell me what you guys think, because a part of what's going to be happening tomorrow, we hope, is we'll be finding out. We know it's a homicide, but the details of that homicide. And so there's going to be some things that I think could happen that would reveal a lot of information to us. Other than that, there's not a whole lot that any of us can say about that. Like, it's pretty much all just right now. We know that they're having a press conference. I'll go over to Brian Inton's Twitter. He made a statement about it. Pretty much he was saying the same thing, like they're having a press conference tomorrow and it's the coroner's office. We don't exactly know what that is going to be totally about, but coroner press conference tomorrow. The Teton County coroner will hold a press conference tomorrow at 12:30 Mountain Standard Time regarding the ruling of the autopsy of Gabby Petito. And so News Nation's planning to stream that live. They'll be putting a link out. I'm not sure if we'll go live at that time of the day. I might go live just for the time of the actual press conference so we could talk about it together. Jen, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Or becoming a member, joining the Feller fam. Sandy with the super chat. She said, hey, Tyler, thanks for the updates. Much appreciated. Well, thank you for Sandy being on the channel with us and helping us collectively work together to find justice for Gabby. There's one more thing I felt like maybe we haven't really talked about much, but the impact now that we know was released through some information that's happening with Cassie. And so I'm going to play this little snippet, and it says that the family's being threatened.
That the parents of Brian Laundrie. We have seen protesters and police outside of their home, but tonight new records show the fury of this case extends 40 miles away to the home of Brian's sister. Fugitive Brian Laundrie is the sole person of interest in the disappearance of his now deceased fiancée, Gabby Petito. He's wanted for bank card fraud, while authorities have not released evidence linking Brian to Gabby's killing. As the manhunt continues, many are angry at Brian and his parents.
What you're doing to the Petito family is wrong.
The trouble stretches to the home of Brian's sister, Cassie Laundrie. Records obtained by 8 on Your Side show Manatee Sheriff's deputies have dropped by the home numerous times in a span of 2 weeks. The first call for help came 2 days after Brian was reported missing. According to the calls for service log, on September 19th, Cassie's husband James said he was getting, quote, messages from random people, threats about killing his family and kidnapping his kids. Following the threats, deputies periodically checked in on the family. On October 1st, there was a call about suspicious circumstances. Officials investigating and dismissing a possible Brian Laundrie sighting. Then there's a disturbance from the protesters.
Police, we're not supposed to talk to anybody, and you're making my children cry.
Video shows a small group confronting Cassie and her husband. Former FBI agent Dr. Brianna Fox says each time there's a false sighting, a trespasser, or a threat, precious resources are pulled away from finding Brian and potentially solving this case.
Anytime that there's a death threat made against somebody, law enforcement takes it extremely seriously. It is illegal, it is irresponsible, it is extremely harmful, and on top of it, it's going to just make finding the person who's responsible for Gabby Petito's murder that much more difficult.
So we requested the calls for service from late August until now at Cassie Laundrie's home. Meantime, even though nearly a month has passed, Dr. Fox says it's still very likely Brian Laundrie will be found. Live in the Tampa newsroom, Masa Saidi, 8 on Your Side.
The hunt for Brian Laundrie.
Again, there was a lot to that whole news conference, but
Stacey, there has been
I guess at the end of the day, I want to just remind people that there should be a bit of sympathy going towards Cassie Laundrie, because if nothing else, whether you think she's involved or not, there's children involved. There's children at the house. And I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear the kind of reports that we were able to pick up. Jana, thank you for the super chat. You said if there's no lead on who did it, they definitely will not publish all details of the autopsy. So, but the armed fugitive is pretty telling. But the term fugitive is pretty telling. So I think you're exactly right. Lita, thank you for becoming a member of the Feller fam today. Gavis, how's it going?
Oh, good, man. Busy day. Busy day.
We got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, we do. And that interesting interview tomorrow.
The interesting interview tomorrow. We got Eric calling in. Let's see what he has to say. Eric, how's it going?
Doing pretty good.
So what are your thoughts?
I think if he runs it, it makes it look bad on him, because that's saying that he did it.
Yeah, it's a guilt of consciousness, I guess, is what they're saying. We have to stand by alleged, and unless there's like a video of him doing it, right? But at this point, that's sort of what everyone keeps saying. Yeah, like if he's on the run, it certainly appears as if he's not just guilty for using her debit card, but also guilty for what was happening. So appreciate your thoughts, Eric. Anything else?
I feel sorry for her parents and that have to find out this terrific bad news about her.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. That's heartbreaking. So, Eric, thank you for calling in today.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, just looking at this there's a lot more girls than just Gabby that go missing, and parents deal with 10 years of not knowing anything. And
I know. Could you imagine that? 10
oh,
10 years.
yeah. So, I mean, it's good that it's bringing awareness to this issue and domestic violence. That's also great that, people have a place like this to come and talk about it and get some things off their chest. So, good stuff.
I'm hoping that, collectively we'll be able to shed some light on not just this case, but like we have because we don't know for sure if they're connected or not, but whether they're connected or not, helping what's going on with Kylan and Crystal maybe come to a little bit of closure, and who knows what else. But it's really the community of people here coming together, willing to put their minds together. And I think one of the things that I thought would be interesting, I don't want to get into it now because I want to let a couple more callers call in, but Gavin, did you have a chance to check out that document from Curon about the flight to Cuba thing?
Yeah, I looked at that, and then I looked at the laundry real estate, and then my
Oh yeah, I
chat room.
sent you the real estate thing too.
Yeah, my chat is just insane. They are going 24 hours a day. They found a picture of Stephen Bertolino on August 30th in Florida.
Wow. Okay.
Exactly.
Let's add Kathy to the call. Kathy, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good tonight. You're finally getting to see the real me.
Well, good deal.
But anyway,
I think by see the real you, you mean hear the real you.
Well, the picture of me.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Anyway, boy, I've missed a lot in the last couple days. I've been kind of catching up on the political stuff, and kind of scary there too. But I haven't heard hardly anything about what's gone on, so you guys got to kind of clue me in.
Well, the big news today is that the coroner is going to be doing a press release or a press conference tomorrow, where hopefully we'll be able to find out the actual details of Gabby's homicide.
Oh, that'll be interesting. I'll have to make sure I catch that. But yeah, it's really a difficult time right now, and I was sorry to hear that Dog the Bounty Hunter got hurt today and that he had to step back a little bit, but at least he's got people in there doing his work while he has to be out.
Yeah, Brian, or Dog the Bounty Hunter, I'm on his list of people that he sends out updates to, and about an hour ago, or I guess probably an hour or so ago, I got a fresh update from him, and so I'll read that to everybody. He sent an email out that said, Dog's not ended his search for Brian Laundrie. Dog and Francie Chapman need to attend to a variety of matters at home in Colorado, including Dog's ankle injury, which occurred during the search. There's still a group of investigators working with Dog who remain in Florida and are researching regional tips. Additionally, Dog's command center team, led by Lisa Chapman and Greg Zecca, continue to assist in managing the search logistics and researching leads from Hawaii and Colorado, respectively. Dog's tip line, 833-TEL-DOG, is still active. Dog and the team will continue to search until Brian is found. So that was the update that they sent me out probably about an hour ago. It's the freshest update possible from Dog the Bounty Hunter. I put it on Twitter just in case people over on Twitter that are a part of our Feller fam here wanted to see it.
Right. That's what my husband told me, because I had just heard that he had stepped back. I didn't know exactly what was going on. And
so did you know Dog the Bounty Hunter's 68 years old? And I know a lot of 68-year-olds, and he's been doing some pretty intense searching. He went and looked at some of the stuff that he was doing, walking through swamps and going down hiking trails and constantly switching out of a sandy terrain to a wet terrain. So I would imagine it'd be tough on the body. And so it said he got injured with his ankle. That's the first I'd heard of that. But
I couldn't do it at 60.
Yeah. Well, Kathy, thank you for calling in today. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Tyler and Gab. You guys have a great night.
You too, Kathy.
I just wanted to say quickly, Tyler, that Dog is footing the bill for all those people that are working for him too. So I mean, give him props for that.
Yeah. I really like Dog. And I give him props just in general, but additionally the fact that he's investing his own resources so that something like this would be able to take place, us finding collectively justice for Gabby. But I wonder where all of his resources are coming from to be able to have a whole team down there, because it's not a small team.
No, but he's making the effort, and that's what's important.
Troy, thank you for your super chat. Why preface your video today with Gabby autopsy press conference when it is tomorrow? Well, Troy, because as far as I knew, that information came out like 30 minutes or 20 minutes before, and at least that's when I heard about it. And so I wanted us to talk about it, and we in fact did talk about it. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with me putting that as my preference. We got a call from Tony. I bet it's about a fire alarm. Tony, how are you?
Tyler, you stole my thunder.
Well, at this point, you're predictable, man.
I mean, I agree that I'm predictable, but it's really important that people check their smoke detector batteries, because they will save you, and safety is first, right?
Are you a firefighter?
I'm not a firefighter, but I just really, if we can save one life.
Thanks, Tony.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
My friend had a house, burnt down to the ground. Smoke detectors never went off. He never checked them. It just wasn't, life happens and years go by, and he has burns all over his body. He's alive, but that's a true story. And he just randomly woke up in the middle of the night and he smelled smoke, and it started somewhere in like a garage, like basement type area, but true story.
Very interesting. Tony, thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Carson says, what exactly did Cindy Sue say about the Gatorade bottles in the Kylan and Crystal case? I have to think it was linked to BL's hatred of plastic.
Yeah, it was just when she saw the bodies that they were torn out of their like 6-holder plastic sleeve, and they were thrown all over the place. So she just made mention of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to say one other thing is, I know I've talked before about how I wanted Brian Laundrie, dead, but now I don't. I want him found so that he can answer all the things that we need to understand. So I've switched.
I want him alive for that reason and more reasons, but.
So I've switched my stance on that, guys.
The guy that's calling in about the smoke detectors, I'm seeing the chats come in. Partly it started because a lot of people that were calling in had literally their smoke, like more than one person had a bad battery in their fire alarm. Is it beep, beep, beep? Montreser. Hello? Looks to be a bad connection. It had kind of popped on one and off one time and on and then one time off a second ago.
So are we going to come on tomorrow at noon?
And be called in a minute.
Amy, how are you?
Hi, Tyler. Hi, since the other caller's talking about smoke detectors, I just want to tell parents to watch their kids in malls and don't get their eyes off, their children. We're talking about missing children. 2 instances. I was at a fair over the weekend, and a police officer comes to the stage where the main stage was with the missing 2-year-old. Don't take your eyes off your kids. Really, not for 1 second, because when I was in a mall, when my daughter was 3 years old, I was at the entrance, and not to
Amy,
be
I think you're gonna have
racist or anything to like that. Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
We can hear you, but let's. Do you have some thoughts about Gabby Petito or Brian Laundrie?
Do you hear me now? No, we're talking about missing people and making sure we're talking about, I hope they find him. I think he's alive, but we want to make sure people are safe. This is all bringing up this thing. Just don't keep your
It sounds like Amy, it's messing. She's making a good point, Gavis. We want to be concerned and worried about other missing people and be careful with it.
Yeah, I'm looking at trying to create some sort of a bracelet. I saw a really strong bike lock, and I think we could make something that could go around someone's ankle. that can't be taken off without maybe like big bolt cutters or something.
Okay, Montresor's back. Hey, you're back on here. Is it working this time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I like went over to the chat and then I don't know. I tried to get out of the chat. I saw, and then I don't know. Everything just went crazy over here.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm from. I live like maybe 15 minutes away from where Gabby grew up in Blue Point, and today I was able to talk to. Of course, this is hearsay, but talk to a friend whose younger brother is very, very close to Gabby's close knit circle of friends. And I just learned that, they've been given like very strict directives. Do not speak about what you know. And, he said his brother opened up to him and revealed that, Gabby really was this wonderful, loving girl, very caring. She just had a great heart, but the relationship with Brian has been bad or turbulent. I don't know how to say it for a very long time, but she had such a huge following on Instagram with the social influencing and the van life trip and everything, that she felt really like indebted to her followers, and image was really important to her. So I guess her friends feel as though she really stayed in that relationship because she felt like she needed to. She was really, really stuck. And he also had said that, there were text messages exchanged between Gabby and her friends the day of the day he harmed her, and that she had. And that they were told specifically by the FBI that they cannot speak about what the contents of those text messages were. And I just thought that was very interesting and very telling. And I hope that we eventually get to see. But they alluded that she knew she was in danger. And it's just so tragic.
Have you heard it? Have you heard that stuff, Gavis?
No, I haven't. I haven't been looking at that. We've been trying to look at the lawyer quite a bit.
Yeah, this is all just like kind of community people who went to Blue Point, Bayport Blue Point High School, that graduated the same time as Gabby. That's just kind of the conversation surrounding the people in the community, but they've just been everyone's just been super silent about it. And, it makes you wonder why the parents aren't speaking, the Laundries in particular, but I just can't give them the benefit of the doubt based off of what they've done so far in their behavior, especially last night with the signs and trying to rip her sign out of the ground. It's just, I have to wonder where their love is for this child, or, well, she's not a child, this young adult that lived with them for at least a year.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Thank you, Montresor, for, how do you pronounce your name?
Oh, that's a nickname. My name is actually Patrice. Okay.
Well, thank you for calling in today.
Thank you guys for having me on.
That was informative.
There's just, every time we turn around, there's always something else that comes up. It's just unreal.
Diane, it's good to see you. And thank you for watching my church service on Sunday.
I absolutely love your preaching. I really do.
Thank you.
I watch, well, you mentioned one time about skipping the music.
Uh-huh.
So I don't always get on there for the music, but
yeah.
I'm there before you start preaching, and I'm there when you finish.
Well, thank you so
I've shared
much.
it in my Facebook too.
Wow.
Yeah, because a lot of people are still, not because of COVID, their churches aren't functioning. So, but I think you're absolutely an awesome pastor.
Well, thank you so much, Diane. I saw your name on our chat, and I thought that was so cool that someone from the YouTube is over there watching. So what are your thoughts today about Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie?
I saw the announcement that he was going to talk about that the coroner was going to speak.
Yep.
And I thought, you know, if it's as bad as we expect it to be, it could really cause some people to act out even more. And
Yeah.
I sent you some stuff just to verify what I'm not gonna go into big details, but I sent you some newspaper articles on what I went through.
Okay.
I feel really sorry for Cassie. I believe Cassie, and I know she doesn't come out and boo-hoo, you know, Gabby's dead, but the poor girl's probably in shock. But in 2006, I think it was,
Yeah.
my brother was standing outside of a bar. They were having a motorcycle contest. And a guy, he had won first place. It was like Pimp Your Ride or something. So a friend, a guy that he knew walked past, and Michael tapped him on the shoulder. Well, the guy had just gotten a phone call from his ex-wife saying, I'm coming to the bar. I want my money. You know, you owe me child support. And he was on cocaine and he was extremely intoxicated. And he turned around and he punched my brother. And the officer told me that Michael's head hit the cement picnic table. And it took, you know, about 14, 16 hours for him to die.
Oh my goodness.
You could only see the marks on his face, like he'd been, you know, in some minor altercation. And he did refuse treatment at the time. So, but in my family, one of my Michael was my only sibling. And one of my parents had broken off contact with him. He was pretty messed up most of his life. So when I had to call and tell her that the hospital had called me in Georgia and told me he was brain dead, I had to call and tell her that, you know, he was dead. And
that's terrible.
Well, she got really upset, and that they called me because I was the last 10 or 12 phone calls on his phone. And you know, so it was really hard to tell her, but then she took it out on me, saying that because we found out later, until the coroner finished with his body, that they had to keep it alive. So it was in a special room. The nurse tried to explain it to me, and then they had the organ donation people there, and, you know, he was donating organs. So his body was kept alive for like a week after he was brain dead. And, you know, I was attacked, and all my relatives were called saying that I had kept it from her, that he was still alive and she could have gone and said goodbye. So it's, you know, it's 2021, and I have my aunt, my uncle, my uncle's wife, my cousins. I have so many relatives that believe this lie, that, you know, I kept it from them. And for what reason? I mean, they were close enough that they could have driven over if it was, you know, if they wanted to, where I was, you know, like 10 hours away or something. But yeah, so when Cassie says that her family's thrown her under the bus, right away that hit me. And I thought, I hope that people consider the children. You know, that when Cassie first came out of the house that day, she said, my kids had to learn from you guys that their Aunt Gabby's dead, that their Uncle Brian is wanted, you know. So I just cannot imagine how bad it could get for her. And she could be totally, I really believe, and I'm a pretty good judge of character, I believe she's innocent. I don't believe she knows anything more than what she's been allowed to tell us.
Yep. I think that's a divided issue. Like, there's a lot of people in the chat who, no matter what, are going to think that Cassie's involved. And then there's other people who are like you know, Diane, that totally think she was being 100% honest about everything. And I do think it's important that we make mention about the cause that it's had on her family. Like you mentioned that she said you people, and she was talking about those protesters. They're not protecting those children at all.
No.
We've got to help protect, children in the crosshairs of situations like this.
And I think she's bringing up a good point, because if the results of this autopsy could throw a lot of fuel on the fire tomorrow. So if it was bad before, it's going to be even worse.
That's what you were saying, wasn't it, Diane? Like, we know that this could end up being a really bad situation depending on the results.
I think so, but I think, Gavis, that it may bring somebody out of the woodwork. And, I believe that Daddy's uncle or Daddy's cousin or whoever the guy is who has the boat dealership, I believe that somebody picked up Brian at Fort DeSoto in the dark of night, took him out to a larger boat, and they took him either to Cuba or Mexico. And I wondered, Tyler, you mentioned that someone had told you that Brian was involved in a bomb threat in high school. Yeah. I wondered, because most schools require you to take a foreign language if you plan to go to college. You can't go to college without some foreign language. And Spanish is the one that makes the most sense. I took, like 7 years of French. A lot of good it did me. I can ask you, where's the librarian? Do you want my dessert? That's all I remember. But, he could know enough Spanish to get by and get a job and, get a little tan, let his hair grow out. And there's probably a lot of areas in Cuba and Mexico that haven't heard anything about this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have real TV. We've got Roku and YouTube.
Yep.
So that's where, I get my news.
And you found the best YouTube channel. I'll tell you that one, Diane.
I did. I only watch you and one other person.
Yeah. Well, we love that you watch us. And you made a lot of really, really good points today. And you've given me a little bit more to think about. I'm going to ask the question in great detail later today. But do you think it's possible he could have went to Cuba? Yes. We all think that. Here's the second question. Do you think it's plausible? And so hopefully we'll be able to unpack that together.
I think especially if, Gavis, if your people could, get the absolute proof of where the boat yards are, because I saw one on, because I'll skim these other sites and there's too much.
Yeah, we're looking at Denison Yacht Club right now.
Okay.
Basically from the Instagram photo that Gabby posted, April 3rd of 2021 at Marco Island. So yeah, we're hunting every lead though. We're looking at New York.
Now is that further down?
That's southwest Florida.
Okay. So it could be close to Fort DeSoto.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a big enough boat.
We're looking at pictures of beaches. So if somebody knows something about Florida, my Discord runs 24 hours a day, and there's great stuff that comes up in there. So if you want to go over there and get in there,
somebody to put that on the chat so I can write it down.
Yeah, just watch for Artemis. I think she posts it once in a while.
Okay. Yeah, because I really believe that would be the answer. And I, the Laundries probably have. My husband said last night, how could they get him money? I'm sure they, this is conjecture. I believe they probably have some bank accounts in other countries.
Well, Tyler sent me some real estate properties that I wasn't aware of before today. We went and map timed all that stuff out, bought and sold. He might be familiar with the properties and know a back window or a garage door. So everything at this point is a possibility. Until we capture him, it's all just leads, right?
But, I just would implore people to leave this family alone and don't traumatize those little kids anymore. Yeah. What could we do to them that could mess them up for their whole life? I can't explain why, I grew up, never any trouble, always honor roll, went to Baptist Women's College and Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. And my brother was wanted in 5 counties at the age of 14. So, what happened there? And we don't want to cause these children or their parents any more heartache than, just be good people. Be kind.
Thank you for the reminder, Diane. And thank you for calling in today. We love you. Everybody in the chat was saying how much they love you.
I enjoy it so much.
Have a good evening.
And everybody watch Tyler's sermons. He's easy to find.
Sunday morning, 10:30 Central Time.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
Diane.
Yeah, where's Brian? I'm not resting until we find this kid. So.
Yeah. So the real estate information that I sent you earlier was really interesting. Essentially, what we're able to do is find out that the Laundrie family had a few different pieces of property in southern Florida, outside of Northport, all in Sarasota County, right, Gavis?
Yeah, they're all really close.
It's like they at one time had a condo, sold it, had a house, but also owned a condo, right?
Yeah, it looked like they were just flipping a couple of properties. So, but they don't own those properties anymore. But it's interesting that that could have been a potential place if Brian went by and saw that it was vacant or that the owners weren't there anymore and he had familiarity with the property. So just another lead. Got to chase them all.
Got to chase it all down. We have Debbie calling in. Debbie, how are you?
I'm doing great, Tyler. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in.
I have to thank you for your channel, and I also have to thank Gavis. I just really appreciate the way you all have handled all of this with such dignity and in respect to Gabby and Gabby's family. And Diane, my heart goes out to you, darling. Just what a tough way to live, not knowing and not understanding a lot of what your family put you through. And I have to agree with her about Cassie. And my immediate response when I saw her interview or whatever it was called when she walked out was that very thing, was that she was being honest, and her body language spoke that. It came across to me as being totally true to what she's saying, and she really doesn't know. And I could be totally wrong about that. We all could, but that's just my gut reaction to that.
Thank you, Debbie, for that. And I think it's another one of those issues where like sort of what Diane was saying, people are on the fence about it, but she and Gavis were pointing out something that's very important, that tomorrow could be one of those days where people are really riled up depending on the results of what they say caused the homicide. We hope. Do you think it sounded like that's what we're going to say? Do you think that's what they're going to tell us tomorrow?
I don't know. I kind of am surprised that they would bring this out so soon. It seems to me to hold your cards close to your chest. And maybe they still will be doing that and just giving a certain amount of information. I just can't imagine them doing this so quickly before we have word that Brian has been caught, which I do think it's going to be a long haul trying to find this boy. And I do think that Diane has a very good handle on the possibility that he has moved down into Cuba or somewhere. I mean, the boat doesn't have to be big to get across it. I mean, it can't be a canoe, but my friends went on a sailboat down through the Caribbean. Rough waters, especially through the Gulf of Mexico. But once you hit the Caribbean, you're fine. He could be all the way down in Grenada, where that lady was from last night. But I did have a question. It's just a random question that's just been tinging in my brain, Gavis, about where was that Mustang? Did anyone see it in their driveway before he got home? I know they probably weren't even watching any of that, because of the timing. But where was it? Where was that?
Well, we have to assume that it was in that Carlton Reserve on the 9th or the 10th in order for it to be ticketed for the 5-day abandonment notice, right? So
right. So where was it before? I mean, was it Brian that actually drove it down there? These are all things that are just rattling around in my head. It just doesn't seem plausible to me that he's the one that actually took that car down there, especially with the scent dogs not being able to pick up on anything. And I will tell you, I haven't had experience with scent dogs before. And the lady that was actually tracking my dog that got lost, she said that scent can stay there for up to 2 weeks, even through rain, which surprised me. So, because it had rained the night before when we went to try and find my dog, and we did find him. But anyway, that was one thing that I just don't see that happening. I don't see that.
Yeah, I think that's why they spent so much time there, is that those dogs that they had taken out there were cadaver dogs, and they hit on something.
Oh, I thought they were scent dogs. They were cadaver dogs only?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then that might make the difference. And then the other thing, one other thing I wanted to say, and then I'll tell you all thanks and goodbye, is Dog had mentioned from the very beginning, is one of his very first interviews, was that there are a lot of people that are praying for Dog to find him. And I think that we could, in this chat, consider praying for him to be found very quickly, because there are angels that are watching out and know what's happening, and they are much more powerful and stronger than Satan. And
absolutely,
they can find that boy and give answers to the whole world that want to know what happened to Gabby.
Yep. You're right. We actually prayed the other night at the end of the call. And that's one of the things that we prayed about. Thank you, Debbie, for calling in.
Thank you, guys. You're awesome. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Avery, for the super chat. You said, so what will happen if we end up finding that the Laundrie parents really know nothing or help? How would we repair the damage done to them? I don't think Jesus would be happy about our judgment. I don't really, honestly, Avery, I don't really feel like on this channel that we've judged the Laundrie family that much. We've speculated that based on their behavior, there's a higher probability that they're involved in some way. Personally, there's been speculation if they're not involved or if they are involved and what the ramifications both ways are. However, just because it feels like such a higher level of probability that they know at least some information and they're refusing to help in many ways, that we've spent more time and energy in equal proportion to both sides of the argument based on, for example, maybe we've talked about it 90% of the time because it's 90% possible that it's true. So that's my thoughts on that, Gavis.
I'm just trying to keep track of my Discord. I just got a photograph of Gabby Petito in Costa Rica previously. Yeah.
So, Justice Fighter, how are you?
Yeah, I think we can catch Brian. He's going to slip up somewhere. We're going to find a connection or a link or something that connects it. We'll get him.
Andrea, thanks for calling in today on the show that has no name with Gavis and Tyler. How are you?
Hello, guys. Fine, thank you. I hope you're doing great as well. So, I will be very honest. I'm listening more than just one channel about this. And first of all, I watch Ken Mains, which is an old private detective, and he has a very, very good theory. there is a probability and there's a possibility. Is it probable that he's in the country? Yes. Is it possible? Yes, in this case, and I will tell you why. All the borders are closed and were closed due to the COVID situation. So probably he's still in the country. So what people need to check, and I'm not very good at geography, but probably you can do some research at that period when he went missing for those countries which are extradition free, if there was a COVID barrier. Second thing, I had the theory that the parents were very, very upset of what he did when they found out she was dead, and they wanted to be detached, more likely, from himself. But with this mass media all over the place, they've been dragged in this place, because if you look at their faces, they are disgusted. They are not acting like they care for their child missing. They don't care if he's alive or not. But it's possible, yes. It's probable, no. Again. And the third thing, yes, I'm sure he's not on that Appalachian Trail, however you call it. I'm sure I'm not spelling it correctly, but he has an advance of a few days. That's what we know for sure. And he will be probably somewhere cozy, not in a forest where you don't have water to drink, or very limited, where you can be spotted. And I think he is probably somewhere well hidden in the country, but well hidden. And another thing that Kenman says is that when you're looking so deep in such thing, and I'm referring to all those sightings before, is that your brain sees what's not there. You're wishing so much to see him that your brain will try to figure it. It's like when you're looking at the clouds and you see a bunny, rabbit, or something like that. You see it just because your brain wants to see it, not because there's a bunny in
Like
the clouds.
confirmation bias.
Exactly. So they said they spotted him. There's a picture of someone that resembles like him, and has a very common face with all that we know, in gas station. And they even pointed on the small spot on the hand, like where you would wear your watch. But that's not his tattoo for sure, because his tattoo is a bit on the interior side of the hand, and this guy had something that was looking like a mole on the outside of the hand. So definitely not him.
Right.
It's
Agreed.
just small details.
And Brian's nose is bigger than that guy's.
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. And another thing regarding those girls that were murdered, there is a possibility there, because I've heard that they were killed in the day he was separated from Gabby, and he was staying at a hotel, and that was 7 minutes away from his hotel. And the girls called in, I think one of the girls did, and they said they are being chased by a weirdo guy.
Yep, Andrea, I think you're tracking on the right way, and it's a good reminder to me to make sure we're looking at those small details. And
another thing, the couple that posted the van of Gabby, first time being sighted. If you look very closely, when the van is very far apart, it looks like the door is open, and as they go closer, the van door looks to be closed.
Right. Yeah, we've talked about that some on this channel too. So thank you, Andrea, for calling in today.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
Karen says, did you guys hear about a gray bus that had sat at the parents' business in New York and has been removed by the FBI? Did you hear about that, Gavis?
Yeah, we had the aerial drone footage of that. That was in behind where the Laundries had the juicing company. And so they had aerial footage. It was a dilapidated short gray bus, and that people thought that could have been a place where he's hiding. But I think that's been looked into. So don't get your hopes up on that one.
Patty, is that you?
That's Grandma.
How are you?
How are you guys? Hi, Gavin. Hey,
Gavis.
how you doing? Yeah. Oh, did I say Gavin?
Yeah.
It slips out sometimes, Patty.
Oh,
It's okay.
I'm. It's Gavis. Yes, let me remember that. Patty's old. Okay, remember.
Our nights are never complete unless you and Diane call in. So.
Oh wow, yeah, I saw her. God bless you, Diane. Good to see you. And guys, I need your help. I've hit a brick wall. I've hit a brick wall. You guys ever do that? You done that, Gavis? And all you're sleuthing. I'm sure you've hit a brick wall here and there.
I hit them.
That someone said something today. I got very depressed. He said that, of course, we know it's 50-50, that he could be alive or not alive. And he said that if he hung himself in a tree out in the reserve, he would never be found.
Well, there was a farmer that said that a squirrel will attract like 30 buzzards, so a body would attract a swarm. So pretty sure if his body was out there, the buzzards would be circling above.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay.
Unless it was a really remote location, it's only.
Well, I think that's what this person was referring to. It could be deep and locate somewhere where
we had a caller, Patty, that called in at the end of our last live, and they said that somebody went missing on accident in the Appalachian Trail, and they kept a journal for like the first 26 days, but it was like, I believe 2 years had passed before they found their body.
Oh, I do remember that, hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be alive, and I wanted to say how much I enjoyed your service on Sunday.
Oh,
Just
thank
remarkable.
you so much for tuning in. It amazes me how many folks on YouTube wanted to come over and be a part of M1 Church's live stream.
Yeah, it was awesome. I really enjoyed the message, and you're an excellent pastor. You're just amazed that I just didn't realize how talented you were in ministry-wise. I just met you, so I'm just very impressed. And I know that belongs to the Lord, that we give him the glory for what you're doing and how you do speak and what you do say.
Just incredible.
Thank you, guys.
To receive that from you. Thank you for calling in. Gavis, isn't it awesome when we have Patty call in? It's like we have we have a grandmother, like that matriarchal support, our back, like our backbone here with us. Yeah. Even when we mess up, she's gonna still love us.
And I stayed late after that one show too. And you are a really good pastor. I never knew that about you, and I saw that side, and that's awesome what you do.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to. Is Kieran, if you're on, I don't know if he's on because I don't know what time it is in Ireland, but he sent us an incredible document, and I want to go over that with you guys today a bit. And it's talking about, and I added some things to the beginning of it just because I wanted to preface our conversations, but it's talking about specifically Cuba. And so I think we should start putting some of our energy towards where is Brian more than anything else. Don't you think that makes the most sense, Gavis? Like, we can spend all day theorizing about all kinds of stuff, but really the bulk of our energy needs to be focused on where in the world is Brian.
I think we have to keep all avenues open. I mean, the Dennis Davis thing, that could have been real. The New York thing, that can be real. Freeport, West Bahamas, that could have been real. The boat from Marco Island could have been real. So I think you have to keep your head in the game on everything at once, and something will eventually break. So to tunnel one, I don't think is right. You got to keep everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying more than anything, I'm not talking about like the location of him. I'm saying more than anything, we should be worried about the location of him versus nitty gritty details about other things that may not help us. So that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And so I'm saying this is sort of on this channel. These should be our rules. These should be our guiding principles. And what I would like to do is tonight, pick Cuba. Let's really concentrate on Cuba. Maybe tomorrow, talk about the Appalachian Trail. And I want us to build reasons why he could possibly be there, but also know he could be anywhere. So what I want to do right now is ask these two questions for every speculation. When we talk about Cuba, Is it possible he's in Cuba? All right. And then all we're doing is going through the facts to figure out, is it actually possible that he's there? And then ask the question, is it probable or is it plausible? In other words, if we had to assign a likelihood to him being in Cuba based off of what we just researched, what do we think? Where do we think it's at? And I think that's really important, because I could build a case of why he's in, you know, I could build the case of why he's in North Korea, but it's possible, but it's not probable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, I don't think he'd be staying in Cuba. I think he's be there for
Well, let's
maybe a
answer
day
the
or
first
two and
question
get out of
first.
there. What's
Let's
that?
we're going to answer this question. Is it possible?
For a day or two?
Is it possible he's in Cuba? Well, I want to go over this document, Gavis, that Curon made.
Yeah.
Because we got to give it, like, answering it's a day or two is not, you know what I mean? It's not really providing evidence to people. So
No, I get it.
Thank you, Sonnies, for the super sticker. It means a lot to have your support in that way. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't already, we haven't said it. It's been an hour. We haven't said it in an hour. Could you like this video? Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Those things are really helpful. When we talk about the aeronautical, and this is again from Curon, who was a listener, he emailed in. And when we talk about the aeronautical, Cuba has 24 airports, 14 are for domestic flights, 10 are for international and domestic flights. The busiest airport is Jose Marti Airport, located in the capital of Havana. The closest airport to Florida is the Jose Marti Havana. The second closest airport to Florida is the Juan Gilberto Gomez Airport, located in the town of Veradero. Both airports in Havana and Veradero have international flights. So there you can see a map. You can see where Florida's at here. You can see where the Havana airport's at. And really, you can see where any of these other airports are at just by looking at it. I guess the case is being built that you can fly from one to the other. There's no facial recognition in Cuban airports. So just as a look at the departing flights between the days of the 15th and the 21st, you guys can take a look or screenshot their flights. 15th, a lot on the 16th, a couple on 17th, a couple on the 18th. Scroll down. Just these are all the different flights in all those airports. Here's some information about Interpol, which is the international police. The USA was members since 1938, 194 countries. Only 4 countries are not members: North Korea, Micronesia, Palau, and Tuvalu. One arrest warrant issued by a court of law within the concerning country is added then into Interpol's no-fly list. They didn't add Brian Laundrie. Did you know this? Until the 22nd. Currently, there's 63,000 red notices. What I guess we don't know how many. 7,800 yellow notices. So that sort of gives up the nuts and bolts of that. So here's my thoughts. Just is it possible he flew to Cuba? I don't think so without them knowing it, because unless he had a fake passport, that's the only way it's possible. Because even if he flew before he was on the no-fly list, they would know that he flew. And the fact that Cuba doesn't have facial recognitions is a greater reason why the United States would have facial recognition, in my opinion. So do you get what I'm saying there? It's like the fact that Cuba doesn't have that just means that the United States is going to have it even more. And
yeah,
then
exactly. And they'll trace that passport, even if it's fake or real, and the picture and everything else. So that's kind of why I never chased this rabbit.
So the flight rabbit, we went over it. I don't think he's going to be on a flight. However, a lot of people are saying, well, you got to check the boatyard, like other people we've known, like Diane was calling and saying, or who she was asking about, but that other guy was calling and saying, like the family's yacht thing that they potentially were a part of or whatever. Could he have gotten a boat or a ride there to Cuba? That's definitely possible, without a doubt. To me, that's very possible that he could have gotten a route. Now, Cuba is, in my opinion, the place where he'd be less likely to go. People are saying he would go there, I guess, Gavis, because of it being a no extradition
Yeah,
Or
and
like,
there's also, I think, there's a ferry that transports from across from Orlando right over to the West Bahamas, and there was a picture of him at Freeport potentially on the 23rd. So maybe that connection as well. There's just a million things going on at the same time. So
I think you may have to have a visa to travel to Cuba as well. So like I know whenever I was getting a visa to travel to India, like you had to register on their website, fill out information about why you're going there, pay a fee. I had to pay it like to the Indian government before I was issued a visa to be able to travel there.
mhm.
So some
I think
countries we don't have that with. Like for example, I went to Canada. Like I didn't have to have a visa ahead of time. I went to the Philippines and Honduras or Japan. They'll have you fill out information once you arrive there, but it's not like India. You have to be pre-registered.
mhm. Yeah, I think John Walsh was the one that brought up the fact that you could take a ferry across without having to produce your passport or visa or anything because it's so close.
So it's possible that he's there. I don't really
But when did,
plausible or
where,
probable. I would say
but
it's like
but
5 to
how
10.
does he get out of there then, right? Because then he would have to fly, and then they'd be able to track him likely. So that's why the Cuba's kind of dead to me.
Yeah, Kieran goes on to later make a point, and he didn't do it in this document, to like document like, yeah, he went to Cuba because they didn't have facial recognition to get more fake passports or whatever to fly to this other country, like sort of as like a something that you were skipping over on the route to get there. Sylvia, thank you so much for the super sticker. Means a lot. I also want to shout out Lacey, Jennifer, Leela, Jen, Mary Jane, Grandma Pam, Susan, and Diane, who all were a part of joining the Feller fam today. Thank you. So when we talk about Cuba, plausible or plausible, it's low likelihood. I would say 5 to 10%.
Yeah, I think it's probably in there. I mean, we have an eyewitness in the Appalachians. We have other links to other places with property and record trails, and he doesn't have to use a passport and get identified. So, not sure. Possible.
One of the Maureen's in our chat, Maureen Weaver, says she was a flight attendant, and it's from her expertise of that profession. She's like, no way, it's not likely. So, Boho's Adventure, thanks for joining the show that has no name with Gavis and Tyler. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing all right today. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know I've been tracking this on the Brian and Gabby case since the beginning, and I've documented a lot of information that a lot of media isn't covering, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that the media does cover that people are not reading between the lines on a lot of stuff on what they're saying, but the pictures and stuff that they're showing. And I don't think the media has caught things like that one up in Tampa has caught certain things. And I've caught a lot of that in my site over on Boho's Info on Twitter, where I have most of the information on. But like I said, the information that I have, you were talking about the island area. If you guys did really deep research on corruption here in the United States of the current situations that are going on, you'll realize that there's like a human trafficking pedophile ring that's been undergoing in major investigation and arrest and things happening with that right now, with the situation that goes all the way up to the POTUS. Now, if you connect the dots with the Gabby and Brian case, to all the aspects of where he's been traveling throughout the United States and the possibility that he's going down into the Caribbean. Okay, if you understand and did any deep research with Epstein Island, it's very easy to hop over to Costa Rica, over to Cuba, over to some of the other islands, and then over off of Epstein Island. A lot of people think Epstein Island is down, but it's not. It's still operating right along with a lot of the Virgin Islands. Okay. If you look at and reverse the money trails on a lot of this stuff, you'll realize where the connections are coming in. They're coming in with the elite, they're coming in with the corporate, they're coming in with the political figures and everything else. And I think what's happening right now, why we're seeing a lot of smearing with not only the Northport Department, but the three-letter agencies and other things, is because I think this whole thing was a major operation that went bad.
Well, Bohos, We really appreciate your thoughts today. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
So
this is about Brian Laundrie, right?
That was really interesting.
Yeah.
Don, is this the U.S. Marshal?
Yes, it is. Good evening.
Good evening, Don.
How are you?
Good.
You know what? Everyone loves to hear your voice, so we can't wait to hear what you have to say today.
Been reading a lot of the stuff that's people have been posting. I've also very, very interested in knowing what the Teton coroner is going to say, because you have to understand that he is not an experienced coroner. Okay, this is probably the third.
Whoa. The coroner position is elected. So there's about 3 or 4 of them that go up, and they pick, usually the best one gets the job.
Well, let's let him.
Yeah.
There's people that run for coroner that have literally no back history in it. Like, I've known people who just ran for coroner and they had no idea what they're doing because it's an elected thing. So
most of the cases that have appeared, I mean, this is the first murder that Teton County has had in 7 years, especially something this big. Okay, I mean, you got to understand. I'm a law enforcement person. I'm an investigator. I've checked this out. Now the FBI is kind of letting him do his thing. They've taken a back seat on this. They're going to probably, more than likely, after he's made his statement, they're probably going to go ahead and take over the coroner's report and the autopsy. Whether or not the family will release the body at that point, that's a question I can't even get an answer on. But it's been in the hands of the Teton coroner's office now since her body was found on the 20th. And they have toxicology. There's statements whether or not the body was even in a condition to be investigated.
Did you mention before the body was in Quantico?
I did. And I think that was incorrect on my part, because that was the information that was given to me. But apparently it was still in Teton. But that still doesn't mean the fact that the FBI has not been handling it, but they are going to wait to see what Teton has to say. I think they already know, and I think they're going to have to probably do some more, because if the information comes out and it's not complete, or there's some missing pieces to the puzzle, then they're going to probably end up doing it themselves. They're just giving Teton, because there's been some discussion. Was she murdered at that site, or was she murdered somewhere else? Because if you look at the border where her body was, it's just a few feet from the boundary for the federal where federal property takes over. So the question is, who's going to be the person, or which group is going to have jurisdiction over it? Is it going to be the FBI because it's on federal land, or is it going to be in the county, Teton County, because it's at that point it's a state property and state jurisdiction. But this coroner is not that experienced in this. This is the biggest thing that's ever hit this coroner's office in years. Normally they find bodies that have been dead because of avalanches. I mean, that's skiing territory.
Or grizzlies.
Yeah, grizzlies. People who've gone missing. People have gone missing. Or people who have fallen. Okay, or, went rock climbing, or they were in a chimney or whatever, and they fell off and died that way. That's where most of the autopsies take place in that case. This was a murder case or homicide. I want to make it clear.
So what would make you an excellent coroner? I mean, you're literally just identifying cause of death. Is there some specialty in this?
Oh, it's a very, well, first of all, I'm not a coroner, so I can't really answer all that. But from what I've seen working with the U.S. Marshals and with other groups, generally you pretty much have to have some specialty on death. You have to have a medical degree, but you really have to understand how the body dies and understand all the forensics behind it. It goes in a lot more than what I can get into at this point, because I'm not a coroner, but I've been in enough coronary meetings, enough ME meetings to know that sometimes you get the right reports and sometimes they mess up. It's going to be interesting to see what they say tomorrow.
Very, 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 very. So Tyler, we haven't even talked about that. Are we going to come on and do that?
I don't know, because it's in the middle of the day. I think we should come on if we're gonna have enough people to be willing to watch, and then wait until the evening to unpack it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, come on and just give our thoughts until they come out, give our first thoughts, and then push for the evening. So I don't know if are you guys gonna come on and watch? I want to know. Don, what do you think? What's your gut telling you they're gonna come out and say tomorrow? You got any inklings?
She was smothered, and then also hit in the head with rocks. I think her skull was crushed. That's what my gut reaction, because there's claims that people said that they heard screaming, but that hasn't been documented. He is even stated that there was some ideas that he may have been calling his mother at the time he was murdering her. That's speculation. That's, of course, going to have to all be done based on what cell phone he was using, whether the cell phones can be traced. But I think that somehow he snapped her, or she snapped him, or whatever, and he just basically went ballistic. But whether or not he killed her there or moved the body someplace else, that's a good question. Those are things that are going to have to be determined. If the FBI feels that the body was she was murdered in federal territory, then of course they're going to take over. If they feel like the autopsy is incomplete or inconclusive, then they're definitely going to take over.
Do you think this is related in any way to human trafficking?
Good question. I don't know. It's based on. I'll say this. As I said earlier, a couple of nights ago, they were in a motel in Salt Lake City, which has been on the Marshal's list, the FBI's list for years. Okay. Now, whether or not she was stalked, whether or not she was approached, we don't know that unless there's some video. Now, if there's video out there from the hotel, the FBI has it, they're not saying anything. We don't know that. And that might be something that will come out later on. That could come in after tomorrow, if it's that conclusive.
Well, I asked you that question because I know it was something you mentioned last time. So I wanted to just get your thoughts again on it. It's been a couple of days.
I think interesting that everybody's making speculation that he's in Cuba. Americans can't go to Cuba. He could even go there disguised. And once they find out he's American, they know what's going on. They're not in a, it's not the Iron Curtain anymore. It's not like it was in the 60s where they didn't have clarity on information. They know what's going on. And you think that the government's going to let him walk around like that? No, they want to curry favor to the United States, especially toward the Biden administration. They want to get American dollars. They want to be open. They were going to do that until President Trump shut them down. They're not going to allow him on there. You can't go walk. You just cannot take a boat or a private plane to Cuba. You just can't. You don't have he doesn't have a passport, and you have to have a digitized passport. Every country requires it, even Cuba.
And a COVID test, right? You have to have
I think COVID is the least of his problems.
Sure.
But I think he's in a hotel somewhere. I think he's in a motel being bodyguard. And I think that the attorney, Steve Bertolino, is paying for all this.
I'm kind of with you on that.
I think we'll find out tomorrow whether or not he's going to be seen or not. This may be a whole part of a plan, and that's something I can't even get information on because I've tried to reach out to some of my people, some of my contacts in the FBI, and they're all being very tight-lipped. That's exactly what they've been told to do, and I can't blame them. If I was on the opposite side, I wouldn't be talking either.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to make a suggestion too. You might want to. Why don't you go full screen? I mean, people have been looking at that video of the television station for some time. I'm thinking maybe if you had something else, it gets a little bit distracting after a while. I've been reading comments on that. I thought I might shout that out.
Thank you for sharing, Don.
No problem.
I asked Tyler not to because I've got some acne problems. So
yeah, it keeps us smaller.
Yeah.
Brian, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. So what are your thoughts about everything today?
Well, two things. One, I think I think we just found the movie guy. I don't know if you guys remember that. Don, I think he might be the movie guy.
The guy who reads the trailers or whatever.
But going off that, but obviously, keeping on track with trying to find Brian, this might be more of a question for Gavs because I know, Tyler, you haven't read the books. Has anybody read the books that he was reading as far as what the killer did after he, killed the people in the books? I don't know the books. I've never read them either. But what was the killer's next steps after he did kill those people?
Well, there was a lot of books, right? So you'd literally have to spend a month trying to read all of them. And they're dark books, and I honestly didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. So some people in my
did he go back to the bodies or anything like that, or where he did kill them? Just as who knows where this guy is? He may be going back to Utah. And
he could be showing up at my door. So if you see this screen come down, give me a little warning.
Yeah, right. So that's just one thing that crossed my mind when you guys said let's keep it on track of trying to find Brian. Is maybe the books are a clue and the killer.
Well, I don't know if we can say the books are a clue. I mean, they're just disturbing books. I think we could just take them with a grain of salt and just kind of lump them all together and say, yeah, these are dark books and they're contribute to it, but they're not copycatting any of the books individually.
Yeah, I think just in general, like I would say, if you read the books, it doesn't make you a bad person or a criminal or a murderer. But if you're a murderer or a criminal or a bad person, you're probably attracted to these books.
Yeah, his height and weight, he's probably 5'9" and about 145 or 150 tops. That's his size.
Alice, thank you for joining the Feller fam. You joined a great group of people today, along with Lacey, Jennifer, Lila, Jen, Mary Jane, Grandma Pam, Susan, and Diane. Thank you guys for joining the Feller fam today. Something I did today for the Feller fam was I actually sent out my personal email address because press@tylerfeller.com. I try to get to them, but there's just a lot of them that I can't get to, and I can't promise that even all the Feller fam will be able to get to it, but I want to be able to, so I sent out my private email address to that. So it's one thing for the Feller fam is able to do just as a little extra incentive. Live, laugh, love. How are you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to say, in my opinion, make sure this is my opinion, did some research on the hand in the background. Believe you me, if somebody had put something in that backyard for him to be able to live underground, and it can happen, and it can happen in Florida. They just have to make it heavy enough where it doesn't float, and it can have air and all that. But with the amount of rewards that is out, the person that did put that in would have already come forward. So just saying on that point.
Well, I was saying that to begin with, even if there wasn't any money involved.
I do believe that he has something to do. Okay, and the two ladies that were killed, there's always a trail left. Well, there's some keys. Now there's speculation out there on the keys, but nobody come forward. No FBI, no news, no nothing of the placement of the keys. Now we know there was a gem and there was a few other things that were on the key ring, but of course they're not going to give that part. But always remember, he's going to leave a trail. He is not a professional. And these are my opinions.
Well, thank you today.
We need to go back to pictures.
Thank you today for calling in.
Go back to pictures.
It seems like there's a lag between when we're trying to talk to her and when she can talk a little bit. I don't know what was going on. Gavis, there's a lot of really polarizing viewpoints about this bunker thing. And for me, it's possible. I think it's possible. I think we've proven that it's possible. Is it plausible? In my opinion, I can't go there. I'm not in the bunker boat. Cindy, how are you?
Hi, Tyler. Hi, Gavis. How are you?
Thanks for calling in today. What are your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts. Somebody's hiding him. I think there's a lot that we don't know in the public about what's really going on behind the scenes with the FBI. Tomorrow, with them coming out with that report, we'll just have to wait and see what that is, and definitely go live tomorrow doing that. I'm sure we all want to know some of those details, but you wonder that if that's to strike a nerve, to hit somebody, maybe the parents, how, she left this world. I just think there's a lot we don't know. There's so many moving parts. And Gavis, you did an amazing job on the timeline. I definitely think that Crystal and Kaylin, I think it's connected. There's too many coincidences, and there are no coincidences. I really do believe that somehow that is connected.
That's what I
They
thought
might.
too. There's just too many things together.
Yeah. I love the work you guys are doing. I tune in every time. I don't always call in. This is my second time calling in. I do want to say I love Patty. I love Diane. I think they have a lot of wisdom, and I think that's always needed. I just love them both. And I love you all. You're all great. And we all want this. This has been a month.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe he's missing a month. And that's why I think there's got to be other people involved. It's possible he's in Cuba. I don't think he's there, though. That's not his MO. The Appalachian Trail, that is a big, big trail. I hike a lot. I've been on the Appalachian Trail. You have to come off that trail every 7 to 10 days to get food and supplies to restock. So unless somebody's helping him out, I don't think he's on that trail. I really don't. I think somebody's hiding him. I still say that. We'll see. We don't know.
Yeah, we got to keep working every angle, right? So the Appalachian Trail, if he was in a white truck, like Dennis Davis said, did he steal that from the pool company? Is he mobile, or is he actually hiking out in the woods? So you got to keep everything fresh in your head at the same time.
Yeah, that trail is huge. I mean, you could get lost in there forever, but he seems like he likes the creature comforts a little bit. Yeah, he hikes and he could camp and stuff like that. I don't think he's the big outdoorsman everybody's making him out to be. Hiking's one thing. Going out and surviving off the land is totally different thing.
Yeah, I think Cassie said it best. He's probably average at best as a survivalist. So
there you go. Yeah, she said it best. And I do believe she's telling the truth. I mean, she's got 2 little kids. I can't imagine. No, we don't know what he even said to his parents. We don't know that side.
Yeah.
As far as the parents, I don't know, their house. I saw a clip today where they had a whole bunch of people put a ton of laundry baskets on their property, like all over the property. And I don't know, are you allowed? I don't agree with how they're acting, but I don't think it also gives you the right to disturb somebody else's property and the neighbors too. They didn't do anything. They got all kinds of commotion going on by the house still. They're not going to get any peace.
Thank you, Cindy, for calling in. I think there's a lot of people in the chats that are agreeing with you. Thanks for calling in today.
All right, you guys have a good night.
I think the neighbors are okay with it right now. They want answers just like the rest of us. So
the neighbors are joining in at this point.
Exactly. That girl that staked that picture of Gabby, she was just down the road, right?
And then the parents came out and took it out along with all those laundry baskets they had thrown into the yard. We got a super chat from Maria. Maria, you say, I just wanted to point out one Brian Laundrie detail that he's out towing, duck-footed, always watching. That's a funny joke.
He did have if you watch the police video, he does have his feet out. And, he references himself as a frog in some of his Pinterest and Instagram stuff. So it's not off base.
It's not off color either, because he allowed that humor to be part of his life. Giotti, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you?
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I have a couple of points, and I really appreciate your channel. It's a really respectful way to cover this.
Thank you.
I really get upset with the whole vigilante type mentality. Where does it where is it harassment? It's almost like a Hunger Games society that really kind of worries me, that it's kind of going to be a precedent for, other people to be harassed. So that does bother me. I have a couple of different ideas. I know you guys are the super sleuths, so I just wanted to kind of throw them out there. I didn't read the book, so it's totally not my topic, but I did get an outline of one of the books just because I didn't want to read the book. But what interested me was in this book, he did post a new playlist on his Spotify, and it was I think it was the Annihilation one. Well, one of the books he was reading had a Area X in it, and Area X is, if you look it up, it is actually in Florida, and it's the author of the book based his book on St. Mark's Wildlife Refuge in Florida. It's, I think, 186,000 acres of land. The whole premise of the book is it's this whole new kind of a area where well, you'd have to anyway look at the outline. So I don't want to cover that anymore, but I just thought that might be interesting, maybe a lead for you to look into.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, the other one was also about John Colt, this John Freeman, or John Freeman, or whatever his name is. I believe he was responsible for the girls, God rest their souls. But I also, if you look at his, he did have a Facebook under the name of Jason Holt. And if you go and look at that, you'll see in one of his pictures on his Facebook account, the exact tent of Brian and Gabby was in the background. So I'm wondering if, somehow in Utah they actually did cross paths and did make some kind of connection, and maybe did start talking about the creepy, weird books and stuff. You never know; it might have triggered that kind of behavior for either one of them.
Tori was quite a bit west of where they were found. So
gotcha.
This John Freeman Colt would have had to travel 3.5 hours by motorcycle because that's all he owned.
Oh, was it that far?
Right. And the only two weapons that John Freeman Colt owned were a shotgun and a rifle. And so we don't have the autopsy report from Kylan and Crystal.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure if that autopsy report would have connected those firearms to John Freeman Colt, that would have been a pretty open and closed case. So that makes me pretty much eliminate him from the two murders.
Okay. And then the other thing too is I do think the whole thing with the attorney is really strange. There's no real pictures of him on the internet. He's like this mystery figure. So does he have properties where Brian could be? Maybe this is a lot bigger than all of us know. It could be cartel related, human trafficking related. I think this whole story is going to blow up to be even bigger than, the unfortunate situation that it is.
At this point, it won't be shocking if that happens for sure, because there's been so many twists and turns.
Yeah.
My super sleuths actually caught some pictures of him in Florida on the 30th.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It's interesting because lawyers always have their faces on their websites or somewhere. This guy's kind of a little, a little bit of a mystery figure. So I'd be interested a little bit more to look into him. I think he's basically, I think he's holding he knows everything.
Well, Gavis, I know you looked into him some today. If you had to give us a rundown of that, what is it? A basic just summary.
He's a lot smarter than just what people have been calling him, a real estate lawyer. He's very well planned out, and he's a longtime friend of the Laundries. So he lives in New York. His house is in New York. He's connected to several different properties in New York. They're all right near where Gabby and Brian went to high school and their residences at that time. So it's deeper than just hiring a lawyer. This is a longtime friend, and he's going to do the best job he can possibly do. So hold on to your hat. And we've been digging him hard for the last 3 days. So trust me, we are trying to dig up every rock we can.
That's awesome. And then there was one last thing, and I know you got more people waiting. But I was looking at the terrible situation with Sheridan Wall. I don't know if you've looked into that.
I'm not familiar off the top of my head with that one.
It's pretty horrendous. But I know she was going from Florida, and she did go to South Carolina, and she ended up going missing. The timeline just really kind of coincides with Brian going missing, and then she ended up not turning up at her dad's house, and then she ended up being found. Her car was burned, and then she was found killed. So, I think if he is what they say he is, I mean, that first he's innocent till proven guilty. Then I think that could be a connection.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why now I do want to find him alive, so that we can get those answers.
Yeah.
And make sure he's not connected to something else, right? And that girl was by New Bern, if I'm correct, in North Carolina. And so possibly, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he's a hitchhiker, and he could have hitched a ride from the Tampa area, and who knows? It's all speculation. I hate to speculate. I feel kind of unchristian speculating, but it's all over the place. You can't get away from it.
At this point, it's more like we're forming a hypothesis so that we can get to the right answer. So
true. Very true. Well, thank you guys for all you do.
Thank you, Giatti, for calling in. Have a great evening.
Thanks, and bye.
What do you think about what Don Caesar said the cause of death may be?
Well, again, that's speculation. I mean, we won't know till we see, right? The way that Joe Petito described the body on the Dr. Phil show, describing the torso and then other stuff, the coroner's report is going to be critical in identifying exactly what transpired out there.
Clark the Doberman is back. Thank you, Clark, for being a part of our channel here and liking videos, subscribing. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts today?
Yeah, I just had a couple of things real quick. I won't take your time too long. I know there's a lot of other people. I live in New Mexico, and we definitely have buzzards out here. And it's probably different in other areas of the country. I've never been to Florida or anything, but I know out here, even if there's a cow carcass or something, you see maybe 5 buzzards on that thing or in the sky circling. You don't see these 30 or 40 buzzards like we've heard.
Okay.
I mean, I said, maybe in other areas of the country, there's just a lot more buzzards, but even on a big carcass, you don't see a lot of buzzards, at least out here. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. But what I really wanted to touch on was earlier in the show that somebody brought up the tattoos on his hands. I'm a tattoo artist, and I've been one for many years. So I can tell you that tattoos on the hands, especially the fingers and the side of the hand, fade very fast. So don't really hope that you're going to see these tattoos standing out. Anybody that's might think they're seeing him. But another thing is it's extremely easy to take a tattoo out without lasers or anything like that, just on your own. I don't want to tell you how to do that on here in case somebody's listening or he's listening or something, but as a tattoo artist, believe me, it's very easy to take them out. So don't rely, is what I'm saying, on, oh, this guy doesn't have the tattoo, so it's not him. It could very easily be him. So
tattoos are not permanent?
No, they're definitely not. I mean, if you don't do anything, they're going to be permanent, but it's extremely easy to take one out. And you don't need dermatologists and lasers and all that stuff. I mean, I've taken my own out, no problem. So yeah, but I don't want to tell on here in case, just for the small chance that maybe he is listening and, oh, I can get rid of it like that. No, I'm not going to give the guy some kind of tips here or anything, but yeah, don't rely on his tattoos because they could be gone.
And I was just quoting a farmer that was in that area near that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Like I said, it could be different in other areas of the country. I just know here, we definitely have buzzards in the Southwest, and even on big carcasses, I've never seen more than maybe 5 or 6 circling or on the carcass or something. So, yep. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to say. Let you get to other callers.
Thank you, Clark.
Yeah, good show.
That's new information to me about the tattoo thing. Although I had always thought there's definite ways you can cover up the fact that you have tattoos beyond removing them.
Yeah, you could wear gloves or whatever, right? So, or a cast.
Laura, thank you for joining the Feller fam today. Means a whole lot to have you a part of our fam. Patty, are you back?
Hey, sorry, I want to bug you guys again. Do you mind?
We're all right. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you again.
Okay, just I want to say first of all, I like that screen up there with the newscasters from WFLA.
Thank
I
you.
watch them. It keeps me motivated. It makes the show interesting. Also, I just wanted to say I like that, and I wanted to apologize. You know, the lady outside the house that was with the bullhorn at the laundries. That was me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, guys. I just wanted to say that I love that screen. Keep that.
Thank you, Patty.
Hope we see you tomorrow. Bye.
Well, I hope to
Gabby's
see us
face
tomorrow
was
too.
like shocked.
Oh no, I recognize the voice. That's definitely not you. So yeah, I was being more analytical when she said that. So yeah, it caught me off guard.
Justice?
She trolled me. Good job, Patty.
It's the second time we've tried to have Justice on and it's not working. Rob, how are you doing?
What's going on, guys? How are you tonight?
Doing well. Thank you for calling in.
Good. You know, I've been hesitant to call in the past few nights because I've been working on some things, and I think this can go in a totally different direction than I think we're thinking. I may trigger the chat room, but I think Brian Laundrie may be innocent of the murder. I think that with the autopsy coming out and them declaring that it was a homicide can be very vague. We had a top CEO of a large corporation here locally who unfortunately had gotten COVID, and he got the ringing in the ears. And he unfortunately went out to the field and took his life, unfortunately. And they declared that as a homicide for a couple days. And that was the reason being is they declare a homicide when it's obviously not an accident, like an animal attack or whatnot, but it's a self-inflicted or inflicted wound of some sort that by a handgun individual in the field by himself. So they have to declare that as a homicide until they can absolutely definitively decide of whether or not it was caused by self-infliction or whether it was caused by someone else. And I think that it was potentially a negligent discharge, maybe, or something just went wrong, and he freaked out and ran and left. And he knew that because of their toxic relationship in the past, that he would be pinpointed for it. And now, is he guilty of being a abuser? Absolutely. Is he guilty of the way and of being the horrible person in the way that he handled it all? Absolutely. But I think he's just freaking out. And I think that that the sister's innocent. That and I think the family may be innocent to an extent. I think they're guilty of hiding him and whatnot and helping him stay away. But I think that tomorrow when we find out from the autopsy, I think it's going to come out something different.
Well, that certainly is a possibility, and that could be the update we hear tomorrow. We could hear, sorry, it's no longer a homicide, it's a suicide. Or we could hear it's a homicide by accidental negligence or whatever. But it's a big minority to think that. I think, like we've said before, most people are sort of on the belief that because of the way that Brian Laundrie has disappeared and the fact that he came home for 11 days or 12 days without even mentioning Gabby, it certainly seems like some would call it consciousness of guilt. Certainly seems like he's guilty in a homicide.
Absolutely. And I think that's why he's hooked up with that attorney, and he might be in New York and, like people have said, in his basement just until they get to a point where they can prove that he was innocent of the homicide. Now, he may be guilty of few other things.
Rob,
but the big one.
Rob,
Sure,
can
go
I
ahead,
ask you?
Gavish.
Yeah, can I have you go over to Twitch and just look at my video? It's 3 hours and 44 minutes. I walk everybody through. I answer every question from chat, and I need you to go watch that, and it'll help you out a lot, and it'll get you off of this that Brian Laundrie's innocent.
Okay, so you don't even have any, just a slight percentage chance that that could be a possibility?
That's what the defense is going to come out and say, for sure, right? The defense is going to say that Gabby killed herself and Brian was distraught, went to Coulter Bay, came back. Yeah, so. But if you look at the evidence,
But you know, right. Well, when the autopsy comes out, though, I mean, they'll have to do, you know, if there was a firearm that was found on site, where was it? Was it in her hand? Was it nearby her? Was there gunshot residue on her hand?
Yeah, this autopsy tomorrow is hugely important.
Yeah, and you've been talking about a gun.
I don't think that they would.
To me, I feel like it's going to be a low likelihood that a weapon was involved as far as a handgun. If it is, it definitely is going to tie everything together even more tightly with Kylan and Crystal. I don't know, Rob. I don't want to go down too many trails like that because I'm going to be getting a bunch of feedback about how we let wild speculation happen. I just want to tell people that are listening, this is just a total guess. It is possible, but we're not saying that it's, you know, even
Absolutely. That's my speculation.
Probable.
That's my opinion. That's what I've kind of resulted to. I mean, I was on the other side for a long time, but you know, with them releasing, if they're releasing the full autopsy tomorrow, they would not do that until they were 100% sure that Brian Laundrie was a murderer and in custody or in a coffin.
Yeah, it seems
He's
like an
still
effort to
a person of interest. You see what I'm saying?
He's a person of interest in the missing person of Gabby Petito, but he hasn't formally been named a person of interest or a suspect in a homicide. So maybe tomorrow he could be raised up. Rob, thanks for calling in today.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. And
Oh, I was cutting him off. I'm going to just put that question in there just to get an idea of what our chat's thinking. Is Brian guilty? Yes or no? And I know that's a question that I felt like seemed fairly obvious, but to me at least.
Well, they've already declared it a homicide, so.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, the only way they would recant that is being, but then I got to thinking about it. One of the other causes of death is accidental. So there's accidental, they're not sure, there's suicide, there's homicide. It's like they would have said if it was, in my opinion, they would have already mentioned if it was accidental. So it's hard for me to get on the camp of like they would rearrange what they thought it was, especially after it's been like several weeks now.
Yeah, I don't go down that rabbit hole. The only reason I go on that vibe is to see what the lawyer could potentially bring up as a defense. And that's the only reason I go down that road.
And at some point, the evidence is going to be too strong to even make that it's going to, it's like.
Yeah, that's how does he get out of that? Like, I just don't know how he tries to, as a lawyer, try to get Brian out of that situation. Why did you go to Coulter Bay? Why did you come back? So
Stacy leaves a super chat saying homicide is the deliberate and unlawful killing of one person by another. Murder. So thank you, Stacy. That's what I was trying to say, and I think I was saying, but I wasn't clear whenever we had that caller on about that because I was trying to help him out, trying to help him make sense of what he was saying, and I was having a hard time doing that.
Yeah, it is hard.
David, how are you?
Okay, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
After seeing the body cam footage, when I caught onto this thing, this Brian guy, I've said this for a couple weeks. I just not said it really against anybody. This guy is not some outdoorsy survivalist guy. He's soft. He has got to be being sustained somewhere for a while. Obviously, I cannot believe the FBI was looking in the swamp area just because his car was there and his parents said so. He wouldn't last a day there. This guy is soft. He has got to be being sustained somewhere. There's no way he's living in a tent. And all his little Instagram stuff, he's sucking water out of a life straw. and some water, who cares? What's he in a mall parking lot? His hands are clean all the time. His clothes are clean. He wears a certain preppy outfits. People are giving this guy too much credit. He's a mommy and daddy's boy. He's soft. He's being sustained, and this lawyer reeks of, Better Call Saul. That's exactly what I think when I think that lawyer with him.
Saul Goodman. I think people have a more favorable opinion of Saul, but
yes,
this lawyer has a little air about him that makes us feel like there's some things we need to question based on his behavior for sure. Also, David Anthony, I have a question. Are you playing with squeaky toys?
Well, a dog I adopted is, and he's a night owl, and he will do this till 1 a.m. So
thanks for calling in today.
It's not me. All right, thanks.
I just found out that Lori Bertolino just took down her Facebook. That's where we were getting the photos from the August 30th connection.
Interesting. Well, let me hopefully you guys had it saved. Let me tell you some of the results of the poll that we're doing about if Brian was guilty. So far we have 700 votes in. Let's try to get that to 1,500 votes, guys. If you don't mind, go vote real fast. 92% so far saying, yeah, Brian's guilty. So, I mean, that's a whole lot of people saying that he's guilty. I'm sure as that number continues to climb that it's going to stay right there within 1 or 2 or 3 points, if not go up beyond that. So most people, again, are saying, yeah, Brian's guilty. There's several reasons why we think that he's guilty. And so I just affirm the idea that we're spending 90% of the time under the presumption that he's guilty, even though he's allegedly a part of this, is because it's imperative to find where Brian's at. Some of the purpose of this is to find where Brian is at. Somebody's saying, who are the 8%? Somebody says 8%. That 8% has rusty judgment. I would say that some of that 8% is just trying to be, an antagonist, and then yeah, your typing's kind of a bit loud. And then some of that 8% is people that actually want us to err on the side of what the law dictates us to decide upon. So, my Mantha, thanks for calling in today. How are you?
Fine. I hope my sound is better than it has been the last couple of times. The reason that I think he is guilty, the reasons are, number one, he comes home alone in the van and immediately gets an attorney. Nothing. It hasn't even been established she's dead, just she's missing. The way his parents have been acting, all of that is what, to me, just screams that he's guilty. The whole family behavior.
Yeah, I think that's part of
it. The other thing I just wanted to clarify, the other night, somebody called. I have been sort of zeroing in on the fact of Kylan and Crystal's death, and that I think he may be involved or responsible for that. I know both witnesses that called were men, but Gabby and Brian did not know that. All the police told them was that they got calls from the Moonflower.
Yes.
And that's why I think Brian went totally off kilter, and he was furious.
Yep.
Because the timing is just too, the next day the girls disappear and they're dead a few days later. I think he was humiliated. He was angry. He was furious. Whether Gabby knew anything about that or not, I don't know, but I do think that he was involved in their death.
I agree. Thank you, my Mantha, for calling in.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Talk to you another time. Bye-bye.
She's great.
Her audio was better.
Yeah, way better.
It was still a little bit of a lag.
She's great. I really want her to go watch my video, though. I know she's having sleepless nights.
Allie, how are you?
Good. How are you guys tonight?
Doing well.
Awesome. So, I was just listening to her speak, and now I forgot what I had in my head.
It's okay. I'll take a second and shout out some of the new Feller fam. SC, thank you for joining the Feller fam. Means a whole lot. You have access to awesome emojis, including a Gavlock emoji. If you're a Feller fan, why don't you put the Gavlock emoji in so we can take a look at it? And there's also an emoji that says, "Let's find Brian." There's also an emoji that says, "Justice for Gabby." And so, thank you guys for joining the Feller fam. Okay, Allie, did that give you a second to think of what you were thinking of?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
As far as I don't think that they will release very many details on cause of death, especially while Brian's still on the run, for the question posed before the new one.
But sometimes they do that because it's
However,
like they look for somebody with a 9mm or whatever, or look for, it gives you clues on who to look for.
However, I watched a video, and I don't know if it was late last night or early this morning because I'm an insomniac, that suggested that, that said that the FBI quoted him as a fugitive now, which they had not mentioned up until, just the last day or so. Was not a word that they used to describe Brian Laundrie. So maybe with this information that may come out, we will also see additional charges or warrants for him along with it. I mean, it's a one word, so it's hard to say whether or not it has a lot of weight, but the FBI is really careful with what they put out, and I would think one word can mean a big difference too there, even if it's a slip up. I do got to go watch your video though, because I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good, and we didn't have any questions at the end, so I think we put everybody's mind at ease.
But that was my point of view on that. I don't think that there's any doubt that he is guilty in the public eye right now of something, at least, because you don't run. I did just watch yesterday, finally, the Dr. Phil with Gabby Petito's family talking to Dr. Phil, and in that he says people who have nothing to hide nothing. So all of the secrecy and silence pretty much points to guilt. No answer is an answer, is what I always say.
Yep, I think a lot of people are feeling that same way. Thank you, Allie, for calling in.
You guys have a great night.
Good point.
He's got some explaining to do, that's for sure.
Kayla, how are you?
Doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Yeah. Everybody's saying they have sleepless nights. Everybody has their coping strategies. So I'm like baking to relieve stress. I've been doing this throughout this entire case. I don't know why I find myself cooking because anyways, my question is have you guys, some people have talked about it, but what are your thoughts about people speculating that he didn't have marks on his face when they first came to the van, and then when they approached him again? Do you think that was just an angle issue, or do you think there's validity to that?
I think that he had his back turned to Gabby, and she right-handed clocked him good on the right side of his face.
Because I've watched that video over and over, and I've been trying to figure it out, and I'm not trying to be like, maybe there was just a lighting issue or an angle issue, but something seemed odd the way that his face presented first in the camera, and then later he had an evident mark. And so I was just kind of wondering what that would have been about. Like,
Gabby wears a lot of rings, and I think it was the rings that got him. So, not the phone; it was the ring.
Thanks, Kayla, for calling in. Appreciate having you on the show today. I'm going to add Charlie to the call. Charlie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
First, I want to say you and Gavis are amazing. I really appreciate the show. What I want to say is I think that tomorrow the parents are going to be taken in or re-questioned by the FBI as soon as this news breaks, or perhaps simultaneously. Any thoughts on that?
So you, like, hypothetically, for that to happen, then the coroner's office is going to have to be in tight cahoots with the FBI, and all of it would be then coordinated where the FBI. So you think it's like bang, bang, bang.
I just have a feeling, they're going to find something, and within that autopsy that is going to make Brian more than a person of interest. And I think there's going to be a simultaneous swoop down on the Laundrie home that coincides with that. Yes, I think the FBI knows it's an FBI investigation.
Well, Brian, the only thing that I think about this, Charlie, is that Brian is already a fugitive because he's wanted for a crime, and they're spending over $200,000 a day at one point searching for him. And so if they needed to have more conversations with the parents, I don't think they would have waited. And then I think the argument you're making then is that, well, this is a murder thing, so then it elevates what they can do. I don't think so, because they're
I think
already
it
going deep
elevates
on
their
it.
involvement. They have not spoken to anyone. I think if they're harboring him, couldn't they be brought in?
It's
for
going to be
questioning
not
him?
at any different level than it already is, because he's already wanted. The only
He's
plausible,
only wanted on fraud, though. Like, it's a
he would
pretty
still be a
minor.
fugitive if they were harboring him as a fugitive right now. It doesn't matter what the charge is. It's the same thing from the parents' behalf. The only way your theory would work out was like if the parents were somehow involved in the homicide.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for clearing that up.
Thanks for calling in.
Love your show.
Thank you.
Bye.
Don't you think so, Gavis? It's like it doesn't change the FBI's relationship with the parents in any way, unless the parents were be involved at a level. And I don't know how that could be revealed through an
I think it turns up the pressure on the Laundries. I think that's about all it really does. The case was starting to lose steam. People are kind of already sick of it, or maybe not sick of it, but they've lost some interest. I don't even know the right way to say that, but and now this will just up the pressure just that much more, I think. So
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Carly, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts?
Well, I was wondering if you guys heard this theory that maybe Brian committed himself to like a psych ward, and they can't disclose that because of like HIPAA laws.
I have not heard that.
This was a thing I must have heard this yesterday or the day before, and I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on it, maybe, because it
I think
seems
the FBI would know about it.
But would they? I mean, HIPAA laws are pretty strict, right? I mean, they can't disclose certain things to like even your, significant other, like family members.
Yeah, but the
Like
FBI,
if they call you at a hospital or call and ask if you're there, like because of HIPAA laws, they can't even tell them that. So
I call hospitals all the time and ask if people are there, and because I'm a pastor, they tell me that they're there. So just so you know.
Well, I don't know. That was a thought, and it seemed kind of like an interesting thing, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a thought, but I don't think it's that plausible. And I think the FBI is in a lot of ways above what HIPAA law might be, either that through subpoenas and indictments and certain things they'd be able to get information. But I think there's ways around it. So anyways, Carly, it's a good thought. It's a thought, at least. Thank you for calling in.
Yep.
entertained it in my head. Like I went down the like, okay, and then I just
Did
don't
you
really.
did you categorize it if it was going to be just above Cuba or just below Cuba?
That's what. Yeah, I was like, eh. That is really like how I'm having to process this information, honestly, because it's like a tangled web of like 50 different possibilities,
Well,
and you
right.
sort them out in your mind. Like, okay,
Try to keep every one of these timelines together and follow it. Yeah, it's fun. It's a good puzzle. It's fun.
it's essentially like every theory that in and of itself has to have its own timeline. So it's like I literally have two timelines that I've written out facts for. One of them is if has nothing to do with Kylan and Crystal, they're completely off of it. And then the second one is, okay, if this did involve Kylan and Crystal, here's how, using the facts only, here's how those things line up. So, and then like now for the past 6 or 7 weeks, the Kylan and Crystal thing, as far as what we know, has subsided because really all we're doing is tracking Brian. So what are all the facts now? Really the most important thing relating to Brian. And it's like every time we start doing that, we'll learn about a new fact about something that happened on September 4th.
Yeah, the parents will change it, or the Mustang comes back, and yeah, no, exactly.
When we were looking at that property situation today, one of the thoughts that I had was their most recent property purchase was on July 31st. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah.
And it was in, if you paid attention, Venice, Florida. And I thought, well, the parents have made this purchase as a wedding gift to Brian and Gabby or whatever. And when he came back into town, what was the new sticker that was added to the van? Venice
Beach.
Venice, Florida.
Was that 259 Fennec or 5100 Linksman or 900 Garden?
I don't remember. I just remember reading the Venice thing. Ashley says this: do you think that Brian went to Canada? How easy is it to get in there? Ashley, thank you for the question. I don't think he's gone to Canada personally. Canada is not exactly a place where I envision Brian wanting to hang out. And it's the same conversation we just had about passports and COVID vaccinations and all of that, fake passports. We had a caller that called in and said, in New York, where Canada and the United States come together, there is a way you can pay a ferry or whatever, and they'll sneak you into Canada, and it's fairly easy to make the hop from USA to Canada without going through the proper channels. And so that's maybe the way that it's possible, because it'd be easier probably to get into Canada than Mexico.
Well, now they're coming out with these COVID vaccination cards that you have to prove to go basically out for dinner or anything, or even travel within each province. So yeah, Canada is really locking down now because we're going through the 4th wave now. Yeah, so it's going to probably go back to super lockdown again.
Yeah, so I thank you for the super chat and thank you for the support. So I asked the question, are you losing sleep over this case? Because in the poll, because so many people have been mentioning the fact that they've lost sleep over thinking about this case, or maybe they have bad images of their mind due to some of the stuff that they've been researching with it, or they're frustrated about it, or just trying to find Brian. And so that's why I asked the question. And 40% of people have said, yeah, they've lost sleep over this case. And now it's down to 42%, and then 58% said no. So about 40% or so of people saying they've lost sleep involving this case. And that's, in my opinion, that's understandable. Certain personality types definitely process information differently, but this has been a gruesome thing to think about, especially if you've gone down the trail that this channel has gone down that the other ones haven't, which include Kylan and Crystal in the mix. We start researching all of those things and trying to connect the dots. It's a lot to think about. And part of the reason, Gabs, I think so many people are connected to this case is because they see themselves somewhere in it. They see themselves as the sister to Gabby. They see themselves as Gabby. They see themselves as being in a toxic relationship and not knowing how to get out of it and feeling drawn to it. And so part of the reason people are losing sleep is because they've connected with it at a heart level. And I totally understand that. And I value people's opinions in that way. Have you lost sleep over it?
Me?
Yeah.
No, probably not, right?
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was like, well, I was going to remind you of your own statements.
Yeah, no, I've been pretty deep in this rabbit hole, but I'm out of it now. I'm good, guys. So don't worry about this stuff about PTSD and all that. No, I'm well balanced now and walking around and feeling good. Busier than ever, but still, it's in moderation now.
I'm gonna ask the question now: because I was just mentioning it. Is Gabby and Kylan Crystal's cases related? Because I know you and I are on that boat, and I'd just like to hear what is the general population saying about this, because a lot of people are saying no way.
I mean, you got to go look at the evidence, I guess, and make your own decision.
Heidi says you have a good heart.
Thanks, Heidi.
Jennifer from Texas. There's a song that's called "All My Exes Live in Texas."
Can y'all hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but have y'all seen Brian's drawings and the books that he was reading and such? I just want to remind that, we are what we intake. The music, the television shows, the books we read, the music we listen to, the drawings and everything. And for someone to think that he's innocent, I don't know. Those drawings are pretty deep and pretty sick.
Yeah, they certainly are.
So I just wanted to bring that up. But thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. When I was 5 years old, I sang a song called "All My Exes Live in Texas" in a talent show, wore a cowboy hat, and I threw it out in the audience. She put Jennifer from Texas. It made me think about that memory.
Did you win?
I don't know. Probably. I feel like, yeah. I don't know for sure. It's kind of young to be winning a talent show, like when you're singing. But anyways, we have talked about his artwork. And another channel that I respect today was talking about it, but totally felt like it was inappropriate to say those things are connected, because Dog the Bounty Hunter came out with a video where he said that his books he was reading and his Instagram posts were demonic, was the words that Dog the Bounty Hunter came from. And then they sort of took it in like, well, is he saying people who read any of those books are demonic? And that's not what he was saying. What he was trying to get across, but didn't have the proper verbiage, because he's not a ministry. He's a bounty hunter who's had a rough past that found Christ somewhere along the way, but he views the world with a Christian, spiritual lens. But he was trying to say that the collection and the expression of his collection definitely seemed to have a demonic level influence. He wasn't saying if you listen to a certain song or you read a book, you're demonic. However, those things carry some influences with them that are definitely dark and evil. Gavis, could you write a book about a serial killer and go deep in murders if you didn't have a little bit of twisty going on in your brain? It'd be hard, right?
I could probably do it just because I could understand the logic. I wouldn't do it because it was dark, but
yeah,
I think I could probably write a pretty good crime novel, actually.
I feel like the ones that are chilling, the ones that really get to people, there's a little bit of an edge to it that feels demonic, like feels dark, it feels evil. And what we learn about Brian is that he processed all of that through what he was consuming on his Pinterest. We haven't even talked much about that.
Look at Stephen King. Stephen King has done some amazing themes like that. I mean, those are dark places, but they're not as dark as where Brian has taken this stuff, right? So I think you could still be safe and dabble in that, but you don't want to go all the way over the deep end like Brian did, in my opinion.
Exactly. And it became a part of who he was. So that's all I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Holly says, "Hey, Tyler, we love your channel." 2 hearts. That means maybe 2 people are watching it together. You have great info that you talk about. Gavis, love the research you do. God bless you. By the way, who is Lori Bertolino that you mentioned? Holly, thank you for the super chat.
That's Stephen Bertolino's daughter. I just found out she took down her Facebook page like literally 10 minutes ago. So we're on to something, guys. We're going to make these guys squeal. We'll get them.
Yeah, so Gavis has done a deep dive, and we talked about some of the findings that we had last time about Stephen Bertolino and maybe some of the stuff that he was connected to and cases he'd worked on previously. And some of the information that they were getting was from Lisa Bertolino, who was Stephen Bertolino's daughter. And there was maybe some family photos and just some information that needed to be gathered that helped shine the light on some of these cases that he'd worked, because we're trying to learn more about him. Ultimately, we're trying to learn where the heck is Brian hanging out at.
That's her wife. Sorry. I'm just getting corrected.
It's
My
his it's his
Discord.
wife.
Yeah, Julia or something. Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Molly.
Hey. So I was just going to talk about my interpretation of the parents, Roberta and Chris. I just feel like they're so anxious and they just like can't believe what's going on, and they just like are shut down, and they like have to like do everything possible to like close themselves in and like not face reality. And I think it's terrible. They have to like face reality at some point, but they don't know how.
At the end of the day, no one could imagine what their response would be like if they were in this situation. Like one time I was in the ocean swimming, I thought, what would I do if I saw a shark and I saw this like thing swim by me, and I screamed and just stood there, and it was a stingray, but I thought it was a shark, and I'm like, oh, now I know what I'll do if I see a shark. Like I need to be better prepared because I realize I'm just going to stand here. And so I think it's one of those situations like we don't know what's going to happen. Like if you were in those shoes. However, if your son was missing, I've never met a parent that I said, if your son was missing, what would you do? I've never met a parent that wouldn't say that they would, cross the Red
Oh,
Sea to try
no.
to find him. And
I
I think
am
that's
a
been the
parent,
biggest.
and absolutely I would be out there day and night.
Okay. So
And every lead I got, I would be like going to find it.
So
I
in
don't
light of what you're
understand
saying, in light of what you're saying, like, I don't know if they seem as anxious as what you're making it out to be, because if I was that anxious, I would be out there
Right.
trying to find them.
Well, but they're just so anxious to like get the stuff out of their yard, and it's like they are just not in reality. They don't realize the enormity of the situation. They're just trying to like clean everything up and try to go and not be seen. It's just very odd and strange. But I also had this thing where I thought, remember how Brian went back home to Florida like during his stay, and they were gonna go clean out a storage locker, and then I saw this thing about how there could be like an underground bunker. I just thought it was ironic that that's why he went home to clean out a storage locker, and then there are these like things saying maybe he's in a storage locker underground. I just thought that was kind of strange.
Thank you, Molly, for calling in today.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange response to a situation like this.
Heidi, thank you for the super sticker. It means a lot. You guys are supporting the channel in this way. And 13 people joined the Feller fam today. Thank you guys for joining the Feller fam. It's an elite group of people with special emojis who light up the chat with great wisdom. So if you're interested in joining the Feller fam today, you should definitely do it. Another super chat from His Return is Near, 777. They say this: winter is coming and it's going to be brutal this year. Is that according to the groundhog? So if he's out there and won't last much into winter, love the show. God bless you guys. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the thought. Tim says the smartest thing that ever came out of Stephen Bertolino's mouth was a wisdom tooth. With the jab, man.
That's good. I like it. Keep them coming. Let's put the pressure on this guy.
Keep the jokes coming, guys. Somebody says he's in a hibernation chamber under his parents' house. One thing to think about. The persimmon seeds, people are saying, predicting the deep winter. I feel like it's October here and it's been pretty warm. So today it was like 80 degrees. It's usually a little cooler. What was the temperature in Canada today?
It snowed at my house yesterday. I was worried I was going to have to shovel the driveway this morning.
We're in Fahrenheit though, and you're in Celsius. But what was your temperature today? Below 32 Fahrenheit, 0 Celsius.
It was all right. I'd probably peg it at about probably +2 degrees. So that would be what, 38 to you guys?
That's pretty cold.
Yeah. Well,
pretty cold.
We're Canadian. We're used to it, so it's okay. And we had snow yesterday for about 3 or 4 hours.
Brian, you're on the show that has no name. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I was making the kids dinner. So 2 things. One thing, I'm sitting here getting ready for Country Thunder as well, and you just ruined it for me with that. You singing the song in the cowboy hat. Anyway, moving past that, is there any legal can the lawyer get in trouble if he is hiding Brian? Like, is there any legal ramifications for him, against that?
He wouldn't be dumb enough to do something that would jeopardize his career. So don't.
Okay, so him like hiding Brian somewhere, unless he had some kind of proof that he was innocent and letting it blow all over, whatever. He couldn't legally do that. Correct? No. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, obviously.
Legal or not, he just wouldn't do it, period.
Okay. And then my other thing is, can we get off the bunker?
Well, we're waiting for somebody to go over there with a javelin and poke that flower bed and find out.
I mean, come on. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard.
A lot of people believe in the bunker.
You guys are fantastic. I love how you guys keep it real, and there's not many channels doing that with this topic right now. So keep it up. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks, Brian. A lot of people believe in the bunker. A lot of people think he's hiding out in a bunker, and I'm just not one of them, to be honest with you. To me, it's like if you could come up with the most, unlikely thing to happen, that would be near the top.
Really? You'd put Cuba above the bunker?
I would put Cuba above the bunker, and the fact that if I was in those boots, I couldn't imagine having I couldn't imagine like having the forethought of being like, I'm going to build a bunker and I'm going to do it in such a way that nobody in the whole neighborhood will know about it, even though they know the family got a camper. Like, so I don't know. Cuba seems possible, especially if they know how to do boat stuff and they lived on the coast. Jessica, thanks for calling in. You're on with Tyler and Gavis.
She forgot her mute button.
You're muted, Jessica.
Here.
There you go.
So this, if I sound like a little kid, but anyways,
Okay, I think Jessica must have a bad connection or something, because all I heard her say was she might sound like a little kid. Maria, how are you?
Hey, hold on, let me How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, about the bunker, right? I just got one thing to say. There's a lot of like tornadoes, hurricanes down Florida, right? Don't we use something like that in case if any big things for us a safety? I mean, I'm just saying, because they do have a lot of hurricanes and all this stuff, and then, but that tsunami that had passed years ago, they could be, sort of, like, the beach around all this stuff, they could get, start getting prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely for sure. But I think that somebody would have spoken out about it ahead of time. And some of the aerial footage I think they would have had that they did have before would have revealed an obvious latch to a bunker.
It doesn't have to be in their house though, because they look like they have money. So they could buy a land. I mean, Florida's big. They could have put another land. Because obviously, if they're doing something like that, it's not going to be only for one person. It's going to be for all of them. If they're doing something like that, in case of any emergency, it's going to be for all of them. So it's not. I don't think it's in their house. I think if that's the case, it's not there. Somewhere else.
Okay, I can see.
That's my thoughts. I don't know. I'm just saying. It could be
It makes
possible.
that makes more sense to me, that they would have property somewhere else they'd put something like that in their
Yeah.
backyard under their flower garden. That one I have a hard time with.
No, yeah, I don't think back there. Back there, I don't think so. I think probably, for any big emergency, you know how things are right now, and I heard they retired from, I don't know, from like I don't know the jobs exactly. I don't want to say something that I just heard, but that they like work with the government, so they might know a couple tricks,
Could
I'm
be.
just saying.
Could be. The mom for sure worked for the government, but we don't know what job. We think just like a secretary, but she would learn a lot of things possibly if it was in the right kind of office. Thank you, Maria, for calling in today.
All right, yeah, have a good night. God bless you.
Gavis, we have a super chat from Jeff. Thanks for the super chat. He says, I'm convinced that what people think is a hand is actually a twig that snaps into view by the mom's hand and then is grabbed by her after. I think that makes sense. A twig, or like she's pulling up a weed or something, and it's like there's something attached to it. So Michelle in the chat says, please be kind to each other. I agree.
Yep. Yep. Definitely. Definitely be kind to each other.
Mira, how are you?
Yep. Yep. Definitely. Definitely be kind to each other.
Mira, how are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but there's a giant lag, so make sure you have your YouTube.
Okay, great.
We can.
Just in case you do
Okay, great.
without your.
I don't know what's going on with her. We'll give her a few minutes to try to get it sorted out. Rob, how are you doing? Man, we're having issues with the callers and their connectivity today, I guess, Gavis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's tough.
T-Mac, thanks for the T-Mac, thanks for the super chat. You said we have to ask ourselves why no one why no one talking. What kind of power does this family have? No old teachers or classmates popping up. You know what's interesting, T-Mac, is I've had more than one email me that say they know them personally, but please don't reveal their identity. Have you done any research on that, Gavis, the family connections?
With respect to like friends from past?
They said the family, no old teachers, classmates, people from the past speaking up.
Well, there was some stuff back in New York, some classmates and things that started talking a little bit, just a bit about Gabby and Brian, but I don't think Brian really had that many friends. So
I think she's talking about Christopher and Roberta.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really dug into much other than the real estate and money and things like that. Not really any friends.
Erlene says, I think it's so disrespectful to what the Laundries did last night by removing Gabby's memorial items from their property past midnight. Why now? Well, it was not necessarily a memorial item as much as it was a statement that they were trying to make to the family. And because it said, remember me, I lived here. And it was, obviously trying to put the pressure on them to have some conversations. I can understand why they didn't want that in their yard. And I can also understand why they didn't want, 12 or 15 laundry baskets out in their front yard too. I mean, it makes sense to me why they would remove this stuff. If I was in the situation and I was going at midnight because I didn't want anybody to see me, when somebody started shining their flashlight on me and I knew they were filming, then I would have turned around and went inside. I wouldn't have continued on like they did. But what did you think about that scene, Gavis, whenever they came out and got that?
I thought it was hilarious. And did you notice how quick they were too?
Yeah,
it was almost like it's almost like I hate to say on the planter thing, but do you remember when they ran away from the planter? It was the same kind of quickness. It was like, grab it and get out of here, right? So
I thought it was funny that she checked the mail and put the stuff, and there was a package in the mail, and she put it in the laundry basket.
But she did it really quick too, right? Like, what if that was
Yeah, they were really fast. They were really smooth in there.
Yeah.
Jenna says that's what I call a memorial. I was thinking a memorial is like the thing in Northport where the family went to that we were talking about at the beginning of the call and showed a video of, where there was literally signs that said, this is Gabby's memorial, and people left things for the family as a way to honor the Petito family. I think there's, to me, a bit of a difference between the two.
But those laundries didn't touch the stuff that was on the neighbor's lawn. Remember, there's a big pack of stuff there to the
Right.
left, and they didn't touch that. But they got those landry baskets.
Kimberly, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. No, I was just, of course, watching this over and over, and there's two things that come to mind, and that's the artwork. It seems to kind of, if you look at the artwork and sort of just see, like, most of the people in the artwork are ghouls, like ghosts with no clothes on from the waist down, and that's how Kylan and Crystal were found, and so I found that interesting. And the second thing is when Gabby was in Salt Lake City, she always posts. Why did she not post during that whole time she was by herself, like in Salt Lake City? So that's all I really have are those kind of questions.
It's a good observation about the art, and that's a big question I had about her posting as well while she was in Salt Lake City. It seemed like an obvious time to edit some videos while you're in a hotel room for so many days and work on some social media posts.
Yeah, because it can get really boring in a hotel. So that would be the time I would spend time, of course, doing that. And so I wonder if she knew a bunch of stuff and was scared and didn't post because she knew stuff, from something else that happened. And that artwork, just looking at that tells me the whole story. So anyway, I love your channel. I think you guys are great. God bless.
Thank you, Kimberly, for calling in.
So yeah, I think Brian Laundrie purchased his plane ticket before the 17th, right? So we're getting reports that he might have done it like the 14th or something like that before. And so maybe all the social media got deleted because they did participate in something and they wiped all the information and data that they had. That's speculative. I know, I get it, but how do you explain why all that media is gone?
Yeah, it's because it wasn't adding up or making sense.
Yeah. So hopefully we can catch Brian and we can get some answers.
We got to find Brian, guys. Like we're on a pursuit here to find Brian for sure. I want to just give a quick shout out today too, because Pamela Bryant, she actually purchased my book. I have a book that's coming out called Don't Stop, and if you wanted to purchase it, some people have been asking me how they could make that purchase. If you go to tylerfeller.com, there's a tab up at the top that says the Don't Stop book. It releases on November 16th. So if you're interested in doing that, that's as easy as it is to be able to purchase that book. A lot of people have done that, believe it or not, and Pamela did it today. I noticed a little bit before we came on, so I just wanted to take a second and give her a shout out. Maria says, what about if she was hurt, like bruises on her face and stuff? I assume she's talking about with the autopsy report that hopefully we'll be able to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to mark up that as much. I mean, her body wasn't recovered until 21 days after. So the elements have taken a toll on her body, and the autopsy report we'll see what happens.
And it says, are you selling on Amazon? I am selling. It's going to be on Amazon. It's not on Amazon yet. I don't know why. I asked my publisher that question today. How come this is not on Amazon yet? And so they said, that's a great question. We'll give you the answer soon. So hopefully it will be on Amazon very soon. June, thanks for calling in. How are you? Again, on the connection issue. Susan, thanks for calling in. How are you?
I'm great. Hello from beautiful Wisconsin.
Hello from Wisconsin.
It's gorgeous here right now. The leaves are starting to change, and
wow.
it's starting to get. But this is God's country, so it's beautiful anyway. That I always say it's God's country because it's just so beautiful here. But I guess I have a couple of things. I don't understand the Laundries and their thinking. If my daughter, I'm a mom, and if my daughter came home from vacation and did not have her man with her, she would be interrogated. Oh man, she wouldn't know what hit her because we don't play that game in our house. And so I'm not understanding why they didn't ask more questions where Gabby was.
Well, we don't know if they did or didn't. We have no idea what conversation they had at all with the family. So, I mean, Brian could have made up the most crazy story to them, or he could have told them the full truth. Teresa, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it.
I'm just, I'm the mom that I would have interrogated big time. And then when things didn't add up, I would have marched her right to the police station because it's, we'll deal with it after you take care of business. Then I'll support you and deal with it. But I guess I don't understand that. And then with the bunker, that to me, I think that could be plausible. And the reason I'm saying that, they have a swimming pool in their backyard and it's dug in. So why couldn't there be a bunker dug in?
Somebody told me it would fill with water. I said that same thing the last call. I'm like, well, duh, there's a swimming pool. And they're like, no, you don't understand, but fill with water. But still, the city of Northport came out with a statement urging people to get underground shelters, like suggesting, especially if they live in mobile homes. So why would the city of Northport ask people to put underground shelters in? But I say that to say I think it's possible there could be some sort of underground shelter, but because like people saying it's not possible, that doesn't make sense to me. But I do not think that there's an underground bunker that Brian's in the backyard. Personally, I do not think that. So,
I mean, because with the filling with water, if it was concrete, it wouldn't fill with water.
Yeah, if it had a liner, you're right. Absolutely.
Right. It's just puzzling, I guess.
So
well, thank you so much. What?
I don't fully understand. Somebody talking about sinkholes and stuff too. So I don't know. But I think it's possible. I just don't think that it is true. So anyways, thank you, Susan, for calling in.
Thank you. You have a great night.
A lot of people believe in the bunkers, that it's possible. And so I don't want to completely just totally say it's not possible. And there's other people who are just adamantly against it. So
just get a shovel. Go find out so we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, somebody go get a shovel, sneak in their backyard.
Worst you get a trespassing. Best you get the reward money. I think that's worth the risk.
He makes a good point. Like, it's a really compelling case, right? And you'd probably get a YouTube following if you were filming yourself, made a vlog out of it.
Oh God, could you imagine?
Let's try Rob from Canada again. Rob, are you there?
Well, thank you so much.
I don't fully understand. He's there, but he's really far behind. He was really far behind on that stream. Mardi Gras Queen of the South says metal detectors would discover any underground spaces. He makes a great point. Thank you for the super chat. It looks like it's coming from Kapal. Hey guys, always enjoy thought-provoking chat. Can we have Gavis's channel link? Blessings, guys. So he has a Twitch. And all you gotta do is go to twitch.tv and type in GavisConCon. GavisConCon, GavisConcon, and it will pop up. It's really easy to find.
And I have about 4 videos in there, guys. The one that's 3 hours and 44 minutes, that's where I walk through the timeline from the 12th till now, and it's crystal clear. You will sleep like a baby tonight.
Myra, how are you?
Oh, hey, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, great. Finally. Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to talk about, and I guess this is something that I'm noticing in a lot of the media and the channels that, all these people are talking about Gabby and Brian. And what really bothers me is that nobody's talking about the gun that they had with them during their time of travel, the .32 caliber, that Gabby also posted on one of her Instagram photos, which I can share that with you right now if you'd like. But I don't know if you guys have seen that or not. And another person who was a co-worker with, alleged co-worker, ex-co-worker with Brian at Public stated publicly that, they discussed several times about him having a concealed to carry license and about, talking about firearms and stuff like that. Now, that's something that I don't see too much talked about anywhere, especially that at the time of the crime scene and the photos that were released, we know at least there were 20 spots that they highlighted, more than that, but at the least 20. So there are 20 places that they highlighted as evidence in that crime scene for for it to kind of rule out suicide in any way, because I don't think that anybody tried to shoot out 20 bullets or any or blood, even if or any of those things during a suicide in 20 some plus places. From what we know, even at the tree, when they leave those marks and numbers, the tree had what it was like the 26th spot. So there are at least 25 other areas that they highlighted as evidence. That's something that I noticed, and of course that gun, really, that picture of that gun with Gabby holding that gun in her Instagram photo after their travel started, it really bothers me that nobody's bringing that up. So it's just like, why is that a case? Another thing is that one of the protesters that went outside of Cassie's house who was recording her, the guy, I don't know his name, um, he, I know a lot of people are annoyed by them, but obviously they did something that media couldn't even do. They got her to come out and talk. And that was a big, obviously now all these medias, using that video, that, hey, look, the sister came out and she said something. And the same guy went out in the neighborhood where, the family lives, and had one of the neighbors discuss that, law enforcement did come out and put some surveillance, and that they took some surveillance from them of him running out of the backyard. But obviously, by the time they saw that, he was already gone. Like they weren't sitting out there watching him. But by the time they saw that video, they saw him jumping out, or someone that looked like him, jumping out of the backyard from the Laundrie's home, from his home, where Gabby resided. Um, I don't know if these are some of the things that you guys ever thought about or whatnot, but another thing that really bothers me is that $2+ million were used to go find Brian in this area, supposedly based on information that the Laundries gave them. It really bothers me that now they come back and say that, oh, yeah, we don't have anything. And we now think that the stories are odd. I mean, clearly the stories were odd from the beginning, because the whole world's chiming in and screaming like, hey, this is off, this is odd. But it took them after some $2 million to realize that the story was odd. Just kind of really doesn't sit well with me. Another thing that Don mentioned, I think he was the U.S. Marshal that you had on earlier. Um, he said that in Moab, I think I'm saying that right, that there was no crime in 7 years, and then all of a sudden there's like 4 people that end up dead right around where Brian supposedly is. One alleged suicide, the couple, Gabby, and all of that timeline is just so eerie to me. And I think that these are some of the points that I'm just trying to point out that people are just not talking about, and the families. I have a background in criminology profiling and in forensic science, although I, never went ahead in my career. And I also took courses with the FBI in human trafficking and the dark web as well. And so, I'm also certified in that area. Just kind of with experience, the family's body language, including the sisters, it's screaming peace of mind when it comes to Laundrie's whereabout. And I'm sure you've spoken to some professionals in the past that have said some things. But for example, the father being caught laughing with the FBI agent while looking for the son. I don't think that that's what the FBI took him there for. He left with some books, came back with the same bag without any books. It looked like, I don't know, it didn't make any sense to what was going on there. But to me, it just all feels like they kind of knew um, what they were getting at, and just kind of wanted to see if he will agree, like, oh yeah, let's go look over there. But they really know Obviously they're not going to say anything, not to you, not to their own. They're keeping very tight-lipped about everything. They're not going to disclose this, not even to their left shoulder. So I think that all of this is very important, just in how it's all playing out. Another thing is that the lawyer obviously was already contacted way before Gabby was even reported missing. Only reason is by the time that they made that phone call to, that when they reported Gabby missing and the law enforcement went and did, like, I guess what you call a welfare check or something, and they went there and immediately they didn't even open the door to come out. They kind of stuck the head out and handed them a card. I mean, the lawyer already knew the information. They already talked about all of it. He told them, hey, when they come, give them my card. So they already had a card. I mean, all of these things were already ready to go. Like, they knew that the law enforcement is about to come and we have to be ready with all this information.
Right, Mira. I think a lot of what you're talking about are things that we have covered, especially we've gone deep on the gun thing. We've gone deep on the preparedness that they felt whenever the lawyer came. So a lot of what you're talking about are things that we've gone pretty deep in, but we definitely enjoy your input and value you as a person, and that you're a part of what we're doing here, which ultimately is trying to find Brian.
And again, Myra, you just about went through the entire timeline in everything that you just mentioned there. Like, that was about 12 or 15 points. Go see my video on Twitch and it'll clear up everything for you. I do talk about the guns. I do talk about Brian was also into knives, right? So you have to do all the background work in order to understand this.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, we found today that he liked these, I don't know what those buck knives that are kind of curved. So yeah, he had those as well.
Refiner Blades is a great knife place. You can go to Instagram.com/refiner_blades and you can learn a lot about knives. They always post different kinds of knives that they have. JC says, does Brian give anyone else Chris Watts vibes? You know what? I've been saying this, JC, since the very beginning. Like, I've been saying, I even put one of our first calls, I put a side-by-side Brian next to Chris Watts because there's an essence about them that to me seem very similar. And so absolutely what you're saying. Beam, thanks for joining the call. How are you?
Just fine, thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I want to jump in there with something I believe I heard the neighbors say when they were being interviewed.
Okay.
And what I heard them say was they got a new camper. And I thought, new? Okay, they got a new camper. So where's the old camper?
Yep, I thought the same thing.
Say it again.
I've been saying that same thing since that interview, since the day of that interview. Where is this second camper? Somebody tell me where we think this second camper could be.
Well, I think it probably was on the back of that Ford F-150 headed back east somewhere, probably put in a safe spot. So if he needs it, he's got shelter, or he could be on the road with the truck, or
well, we don't know if he has a Ford F-150, and we don't know if it was a camper that you put on the back of your truck that way, or if it's one that you haul behind.
No, what I'm suggesting is that camper is not on the back of that truck. That camper could very well be tucked away somewhere, where he can get to shelter and get out of the weather.
Yeah.
Or lift up his little house and carry it somewhere else, some other part of the country.
In grand schemes of campers, that one they were putting on the back of their truck's not a very expensive one, so I don't know if they had. I want to know what the other camper was like. Like, I wish that guy would have gave him more, just because.
So, do you know the in fact that there was another camper? Or is that just still an idea that there might have been a second camper?
We know they went camping a lot, and that was something that is proven. And the neighbor said they got a new camper, so we don't know if it meant, did he get rid of the old one and get a new one? Or did he mean, because like I would imagine that he's used to seeing a camper out there and realized that now it's a different camper.
And then if you'll let me, just a couple more things. I know that I heard some talk about how, because I don't play with the internet too much, but how you get on Instagram and these other places, and he was losing friends as soon as this happened. People started defriending him and they're going away. And I would hold that's true too to people that would be helping him. They would also jump off, not want to be noticed as being, a part of it per se, but someone who might be on his side in a sense that they, in the grand scheme of things, he was online making friends in very dark places, I might add, and have some followers that would be, I don't know, rooting for him, if you will. It's sad to say.
Accomplices or whatever. At this point, I find it very difficult that Brian had any close friends, and with as much pressure and heat that there is in this situation, that anybody would be willing to put themselves out there knowing what's coming.
Well, again, in a normal world, no, but in the dark place where this young man traveled, and the things that he tended to pay a lot of attention to, pay homage to, worship, if you will.
Yeah,
It
I see
bothers
that.
me. It bothers me that there are people, whether we want to come to that realization or not, that wouldn't probably think too awful of someone who could be that gross and awful. If it's all right to talk like that.
Thank you for calling in, Beam. Appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Stacy B, you're live on the air. Or not. We've gotten a lot of people that called in today that were not prepared. I want to shout out Cynthia, who joined the Feller fam. Thank you.
Well,
Cynthia,
do you have a
for
whole
joining
bunch of
the Feller fam.
people waiting in there?
We have like 5 people in there right now, or 4 people. But what happens too is like some of these people hold their spot, and then occasionally will jump up over what the maximum is, and they're just sitting in there, won't let anybody else join. It's a circus down there in the chat lobby. Dan, how are you?
What's up, guys?
What's your thoughts about everything?
All right, I was on here a couple days ago. I kind of want to see if you can throw up a poll, see how many people still think he's either alive or dead, because I can't believe how many people think he's on the run or with a friend. I think
I'm putting out a poll question right now. Is Brian still alive? Question mark. And we'll see
and how so many people can think that his parents are in on it or they helped. His parents allowed them to live with them for 2 years when they're adults. Like, they clearly probably like the girl.
Yeah, they lived for a little while with Cassie and James as well.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think he might have accidentally killed her and then, made up some crazy story that they broke up and he ended up with the van. And then when that story kind of started crashing down, he took off and, he might have killed himself in the woods. Because who would have helped him? The Mustang was left at the park as if he is either still in the park or he's dead in the park. He doesn't really have friends, right? Because he's had this girlfriend since high school and he's just with her this whole time.
I don't know if he's had this girlfriend since high school. There's no proof of that, but
I think they're high school.
I don't think that would be his reason why he doesn't have friends.
I don't know.
There's plenty of people with girlfriends that have friends, and people without girlfriends that
I
don't
know.
have
Well, he
friends.
seems like a loner. It seems like it's just been him and her since high school. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think he turns up dead in Florida. You never know, though. Hogs can eat him.
So you don't think he's
might
having
not find him.
You're saying he has no support? He's trying to live in the Florida wilderness?
I think he probably killed himself. There's a post on Instagram where he said he wouldn't be able to live without her. And that's like, who posts stuff like that unless you're really serious?
People who are lying and manipulating?
I don't know.
Well, thank you for... I put a poll out there.
Just opening up people's minds to the fact that, there's a good chance that he might have offed himself.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, guys, for doing
A chance and a good chance are two different things to me. I think there's a chance, but I don't think it's a good chance. I put that question in the poll. I want to shout out Cynthia for the super chat. Thank you, Cynthia. It means a lot to have your support on this channel. You also became a member of the Feller fam within that time span. So blessings to you. Thank you guys for how many of you are supporting this channel. Gavis, with this group of people, wouldn't it be awesome if it was what shined the light and helped us to find Brian?
Oh, I think we're gonna get him. I got some encouraging things from the groups today. So
Let me check the poll and just see how we're doing. Whenever I look at it, it says that around 90% of people at this point they're fighting and saying Brian's alive. So, Maria, how are you?
I'm sorry that I'm calling again. I just wanted to state, I don't know if you guys seen the message, the only message that the FBI sent today about the guy that was found dead.
Yeah, we read
That
that
people,
statement from them earlier, but
yeah, that he's
basically
being
saying they're
called.
not connected.
No, I know, but he's being called now a fugitive, not a just a person of interest. Like they already call him now. He's a fugitive. That's how they call him now.
Oh, thank you, Maria.
I just want to state that.
Yep. It'd be cool if somebody went in the backyard and dug, like what we're saying. I just don't. I'm not feeling the flower bed thing. A lot of people that I know that have shelters that are under the ground that open from the top are in covered places, such as a garage, and it has a little stairwell down to it. Peter, thanks for calling in.
Hey, what's up, Tyler? Hey, I retired from the New York City Police Department years ago, but I got a question to ask you. Do we know for a fact that Brian and Gabby were in the into that one shop that one girl worked?
Yeah.
Because after I retire, I'm just thinking tonight. I'm listening to everyone. I think everyone's great. Me being retired means absolutely nothing. It just helps with law a little bit.
They said that they were there for 6 hours.
And that's what I was getting at. After I got into the vape business afterwards, after I retired, and one of the things I learned is, especially in a small store, you're constantly talking to the customers. So if I had a theory, to be honest with you, I kind of underestimated Brian the whole time until I listened to Gavis the one time. I think this kid has killed a lot more than I there's no way. I've never seen someone disappear like this before, unplanned. It just doesn't make it's crazy.
yeah, and that's why we got to catch him alive and get all these answers that we so desperately need, right?
Yeah, and it'd be completely. I mean, everyone's got a great theory and hiding and stuff. If I were to start whatever, I would definitely look at the connections in New York. I know his dad was in the vending machine business, and I mean the warehouses these people have. It's like a whole underground world. He's got real estate in Queens, I believe some in Brooklyn. But the vending machine business is kind of shady in New York. If anyone in the chat is from New York, to get a location, you got to get approval. I mean, it used to be that back, especially when his dad was probably just starting out, but it's still like that. You don't just walk into a location and push another guy out. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there. But if anyone's wondering, homicide, once they rule homicide, it means that you're killed by another. So you could have justifiable homicide or you could have manslaughter or something like that. But once it's ruled a homicide, we know someone else killed her. Anyhow, have a good night and thanks for the chats.
Thanks, Peter, for calling in today. Karen with the super chat, we appreciate it. You say this. You say my gut says that the Laundrie's planted a safe house for Brian somewhere. Well, I think honestly, Karen, a lot of people are starting to feel like that. They got together with a lawyer, felt a little pre-planned. They're in cahoots with one another, and then at the end of the day, they went hard on trying to find a safe place. I'm not saying that's what I believe, but I'm saying that a lot of people begin to think that at this point. Some people think what the last caller said, that there was a bit of a suicide that took place and he's no longer living. Although whenever I asked the question in the poll, and I appreciate all of you guys who've went and given a response, it's about 87, 86% of people saying that, yeah, Brian is still alive. And the rest of you guys are saying there's no way that he's living, which is only about 10% or 15% of you guys. So something to think about. If you guys are wanting to join the call, the link is pinned. We're going to try to add Stacy back. Last time we added her, it didn't work, but maybe she's ready this time. Stacy, are you there?
I think she's running toward the phone.
Rob, are you there?
Hey guys, how you doing? Laundry Planet. Good. I was thinking all the time. Is it possible they said they have another person of interest for the two girls murders in Moab, right? Or Moab? If I'm correct?
They've never mentioned a person of interest.
Okay. I thought I heard that on one channel. But is it possible that Brian's actually in protection right now? He could possibly have been a witness to what happened?
I don't think so.
Like, I just find the FBI's really been a little bit too quiet. The search efforts been very minimal, or at least the media coverage of the search efforts have been really minimal. Also, here's something else I thought of. If they really wanted to grab him and be able to keep him and detain him for a long period of time, I'm pretty sure if he would have been charged with a stolen vehicle, every county he takes that vehicle through, he can be charged. Which means, however how many counties he'd have to travel through, he'd have to be arraigned in every county. He'd probably be held for up to a year, just with arraignments being moved back and forth to build a case. So I don't understand why, if they legitimately thought it was him, why they wouldn't take that route.
I don't know fully if what you're saying is 100% accurate, but as far as like all the county things, it's like at some point it just becomes a bigger case and it's collected into one, and it's interstate. So then does it just become one federal kind of a case? And
yeah,
I don't know. At this point, I think that there's no possibility that Brian was a witness, because they were spending $200,000 a day searching for him. And there was a homicide that took place, and
I've also heard that they found zero evidence connecting them to the murder.
Yeah, that's because people come out with fake news on YouTube channels that are a bunch of garbage, and people need to stay away from them.
And it's just what I've heard over through the channels. Whether that's true or not, I guess only the FBI knows.
Nobody's ever said anything like that publicly, and so people who say that are just trying to sensationalize the event so they get a little more moolah on the backside of YouTube.
Then why wouldn't the FBI come out and say he's wanted for this crime then? If there is some sort of evidence tying him to it. I'm just thinking devil's advocate here.
The reason the FBI came out and said that he was wanted as a fugitive for using somebody's access device is because they do have evidence that, in my opinion, that he's connected to the murder.
But a credit card and a murder, you're talking data.
They wouldn't go after it. It's like small time issue for them to go after that if they didn't think there was something bigger going on. And if they had him in hiding, as you're suggesting, then they certainly wouldn't try to pack a charge on him where they know they're going to go then spend $200,000 a day in Florida alone, not including what they're doing in all of the other states. The amount of resources they're putting into it just to cover themselves up because he's in hiding for some reason, that just is so far-fetched, Rob. I'm putting that below the lowest thing that I think is possible.
Well, if you would have witnessed something, maybe they're trying to drive the person that did kill her out. Because here's the other thing, too. I can't see Gabby hitting somebody that's abusing her, which is everybody's theory too, that he's been abusing her. What kind of female is going to sit there and initiate a physical confrontation with her abuser?
Any girl that dates me, because I never hit a girl.
Do you abuse them?
Rob, I don't want to get into it, but I think that if you talk to people who've been in toxic relationships that are full of this type of thing, that there's all of these elements that begin to be expressed. And so I just don't think it's a good thing for you to go there with. It's not going to make people happy that's been in those types of situations.
I'm just saying, I think these guys are pretty much pigeonholing this Brian guy without any evidence or any proof. So,
thanks for calling in. I like having the antagonism that he's given. I just want to be very careful about how far we step into it, you know?
Yeah. No, I know. It's not our first rodeo, right?
Teresa, thanks for the super sticker. I want to shout out Lindsay, who became a part of the Feller fam. Lindsay, thank you. I'm going to add Jasmine to the call. Jasmine, how are you? She must have a lag. Do you have a lag?
I'm good. Thanks for answering my call. I saw that Gabby's ex-boyfriend posted some stuff. That was super heartbreaking, but I thought it was interesting.
Gabby's ex-boyfriend?
I wondered if Gabby moved to North Carolina because she had an ex-boyfriend there. Is that where he was from?
I guess, do you guys have any comments on that?
There's a lag behind what she's doing, so I'm gonna have to take her off because she's literally like 14 seconds behind what we're doing. If you guys get on the call, you need to make sure you're not on YouTube. You need to be on the software that we're using for the call to be able to hear us, because whenever you're trying to talk to us from YouTube, there's about a 10-second, sometimes it's 3 seconds and sometimes it's 10 seconds. For some reason, it seems a bit longer today. But it's just hard to have the conversation. I was wondering, Gavis, why did Gabby move from New York to North Carolina for a couple of years? And I was just, for me, the thing that I thought of is like, well, it's possible that she had a relationship there.
So that's when she was staying in Wilmington, right?
Let me share I don't know for sure. Let me share this link that talks about the boyfriend thing that she's talking about, and we'll read it together because I wasn't super well aware that the boyfriend had came out and made a statement, and it says will haunt me forever. Gabby Petito's ex-boyfriend reveals his last memory of her and says she's left a mark on the world. Gabby Petito's ex-boyfriend has spoken about his last memory of the tragic vlogger and says she has left a mark on the world. Brandon Williams shared a tribute to the 22-year-old whose remains were found in a Wyoming National Park last week. He shared these two images, I guess, of when they were dating his kids. So it looks like a relationship from New York. He wrote, "I was lucky enough to have the privilege of both knowing and loving you. The last memory I have with you was the summer of 2017. Before I left, we were sitting on my car down by the water. You had a journal in your hand. An ordinary person would write in a journal with words, but not you. You were extraordinary." Williams added, "Each page had these in-depth drawings depicting how you felt and what your experience. All I can remember was how impressed I was, telling you how talented and creative you were, honored and touched that you trusted me enough to share with me something so personal. Because that's exactly the type of person you were." Williams also shared two images of Gabby, one of them together as children, or showing the two of them together as children. He said, "Wasn't a single person in their hometown in Blueport, Florida, who didn't know who she was. Gabby was a recurring influence in his life, even though they were just a bunch of kids at the time." So it wasn't that. I was just wondering why did she move to North Carolina? I was trying to make that point earlier. Teresa, thank you for the super chat earlier, or the super sticker earlier. I noticed that Don Williams had sent one in too. So just thank you guys for supporting the channel in that way. But she moved from New York to North Carolina, and then from North Carolina, she moved then to Florida, and she enrolled eventually into the community college in North Carolina, but she never went. So I don't think that she went to North Carolina to go to that community college, because the way they made it sound was like she was living there and then decided to enroll, but never actually went. So I didn't know the reason. Why did she move there? Somebody help me figure it out.
I think she had a couple jobs there too, right? There was the Nole Cafe or the something by the shore.
There were jobs, but they weren't careers. So she was
Yeah.
working as a hostess and a dishwasher is what that lady said. So it's like, I don't think you move to another state just to have a job. You might move for a career, but you're not going to move for a job.
Yeah, we'll look into that. That's interesting. You're right. It's a long time before this whole trip, but yeah, it's interesting.
The thing that made sense in my mind, again, it's a hypothetical situation, but I could see her moving to North Carolina because she was in a relationship with somebody, and then the relationship went sour. She'd reconnected with Brian, and once they were established in a relationship, then she moved to Florida to be with him. That part made sense to me, because it would then build a pattern of her moving to places that she's in a relationship with somebody over.
Mm-hmm.
But she's not going to move to. The only reason she moved to Florida was because Brian was living there. Yeah. So other than that, and I would assume that she didn't start dating Brian and then the next day moved in to Florida with him. So there had to be some amount of courting before that took place.
For sure.
So things to think about that nobody's really talked about.
Are you good for 5 minutes and I'll come right back, or are you going to close down pretty soon?
I'm good for 5 minutes. I'm going to just continue to go through some of the chats that are coming in and answer them.
Okay.
I plan on being on for a bit longer. Maureen says this. She says, "I have a hard time imagining her parents letting her move for relationships so young." Yeah, I don't know. Like, they seem to support her as long as she was thought out. So I could see it going both ways, because it was like right after high school. She might have had a really, I don't know, she was not a kid. Technically, she could do whatever she want, but being supportive of it, that's another thing too, right? So there's a bit to think about there. Terry, thanks for calling in. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
So what are your thoughts? Okay. Are you guys having a hard time connecting today? Because hers totally just went off once we kind of got into it, or once she got on there. I want to just shout out our moderators. You guys are doing such a good job. I see you in there today working hard to make sure we have a good chat flowing. And I know it's hard to do because we have a lot of people that participate in our chats, but thank you. So many of you, that Gen B, Simple Envy, those of you guys that are doing what you can to make it a good chat. Angel, I have you on today. How are you?
Oh, wow, that was fast. I just connected. I've missed the last 3 hours. I think I was here for the first half hour, so I have no idea what you guys have been talking about. But I was just thinking, just before I left, you were talking about whether or not you thought that Brian Laundrie was still in the country. I don't think the guy's capable of being away from his family. He doesn't seem to have a whole lot of friends. It seems like as soon as he killed Gabby, he ran home. He was living with mom and dad. He was supposed to be marrying Gabby, but I don't see how he even had a financial stream. So it just seems like he's been very dependent on other people his whole life. He was in Gabby's vehicle. He didn't even have his own vehicle. It sounded like he didn't have any money when he was going with Gabby. It sounded like he was completely dependent on her. So I don't know. Like, I don't think, I mean, even if his parents shipped him out of the country somehow, I don't think that he'll stay away long. I think he's pretty dependent on mom and dad. And if not, he's definitely going to stay in contact with them. And if the FBI is watching, and if the FBI is listening, I think he'll get caught.
I think, Angel, you're in line with what the majority of people are thinking. Like, what you're saying is probably holding the highest probability. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Canada, Alberta, Calgary.
Great. Is it cold?
Today was a little bit cold. I think it was about 4 degrees Celsius. I think that's about 20 degrees for you guys, Fahrenheit.
That's cold.
So it's actually not that cold for right now.
It's cold for me. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, no problem. I had one more thought, if that's okay.
Sure.
Something that people didn't discuss about the interview with I can't remember if it was the chief of police in Florida. Or if it was their representative.
Yeah.
I can't remember. But anyway, something that nobody really discussed was, it seemed like people were saying that it looked like they were trying to cover their butt or whatever, but it seemed more to me that that was a very controlled interview, where they were kind of saying to to Brian's parents, it's really great that you came out and helped that one day. But it seemed like they were also trying to let them know that they don't trust them anymore. And I don't think that they have any way to contact the parents right now, because the only way they get to talk to them is through the lawyer, right? So I think that was almost like playing a good cop, bad cop move for them. I think that was a very controlled release, where they wanted to make them feel uncomfortable, because they did state that it was really odd that the dates were changed and there was no evidence found and stuff like that. So, but they also said, oh, it was really nice for them to come out or I guess Brian's dad, it was really nice for him to come out and, for that 3 hours that he was out there. So it was almost like they were opening the door for the parents to be able to tell them more or contact with them with more, saying that they're open. And yet they were also making them squirm by, saying that, yes, they had inconsistencies and they're not really trusting them anymore.
Right. I think, again, you're saying things that a lot of people are, in line with you and line up with the way you're thinking. I feel like you've taken the path of least resistance, at least. How does that sound? Some of the theories that people are building end up being met with a lot of, speculation, insults, not in a positive way. But anyways, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I also want to shout out Jennifer Rochelle working in as a moderator. We have great moderators. You guys don't know how hard their job is. So why don't you guys just thank them real fast, because they are here. They don't know when I'm going live, because I don't ever know when I'm going live. They don't know how long it's going to go, because we don't know how long it's going to go. And then they come and they show up and they support. So we appreciate you guys. Megan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. We're glad that you're here with us on the call and excited to hear what you have to say.
Oh, at least you can hear me. That's good. I'm enjoying all of this content. I've been really watching this so closely because it does hit home for me. And one of your callers, actually, I don't normally call into any shows. I don't even think I've ever called into a radio station. But one of your callers earlier made me very uncomfortable, because the reason I've been so invested in this is not only because I have a son and a daughter, but also because I was in a DV relationship for over 7 years, and I wouldn't normally be the person that you would think that would stay in one. And so to try to place any sort of blame on, like, why wouldn't you just leave? It's not that simple. And I just would like everyone that's listening to understand that it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how strong you are. How these relationships start is not normal. You are built up so high on a pedestal, and then slowly you are taken down to the point that you feel like you don't even know what's going on, and you keep going back to that person.
Yeah, I think I was trying to make that. I understood that personally, and I was trying to make a point to say, like, listen, this is not a good thing to say, because there's been so many different responses to it, and each person is individualized. But one of the themes is that these end up being relationships that are hard for people to get out of once they're in. And I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. And, praise the Lord that you were able to get out of it. And, I pray that he just puts his protection around you, and you're never having to deal with a situation like that for you or anybody that you care about. But when we look at the case of Gabby and Brian, it'd be easy to see that if something like that was happening, how it ended up being that way. So,
and I can't actually completely be out of it because I have an 11-year-old with the person, but that watching that video, like on the first body cam and the second body cam, I really want people to understand. It's so important to understand that I've been exactly in her shoes and defended him, even though I knew it was wrong.
Right.
Like, I knew what he was doing was wrong, and I still defended him. And it's not because there was anything wrong with me. It's just the build up to that is what narcissists do, which is what I know my ex is, and what looks like Brian is something that you can't fully understand until you're in it. And so to judge Gabby, I think, is horrible, and I don't like hearing that because it just sort of breaks my heart.
Thank you, Megan, for your perspective. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you so much for covering that.
Yeah, it's certainly a complicated issue, and when people get in relationships, they show you the best part of themselves at first, and then it slowly tears you down, and you start to question yourself. And so, just have good friends around you, and your friends will tell you what's what if they're really good friends.
Kat, thanks for calling in.
Hi, thank you guys for doing this.
So, what are you thinking?
Well, first of all, I want to talk a tiny bit about my education. I have finished 2 associate's degrees and 1 in criminal justice, and was planning on law school, but I don't know, my side business turned into a good business, so I'm doing that. But what I wanted to talk about, I haven't really heard a whole lot of people talking about much. I know a lot of people are really upset that there haven't been any murder charges that have been filed yet. But if there was, there's a really good possibility that when the grand jury convened over the fraud case, that they ruled on a second case, and then they unsealed the fraud but kept the higher case under seal. And they could be waiting to unseal that until he's apprehended.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that's something a lot of people were aware of, but just the amount of time and money that they're putting into this search, I don't know. It's very, very likely that there is a bigger charge that we're just not aware of.
Thanks, Kat. What's your side business?
Yeah, I crochet tiny hats.
Well, best of luck to your crocheting. Appreciate you calling in today.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for all you're doing.
Look her up if you guys are in the market for a tiny hat. She crochets them. Gavis, do you feel like you've been given a new passion and vigor to pursue these types of cases that you didn't know you had?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, after I dug into the Gabby part of the case, yeah, it was just absolved. I had to figure it out. When I tackle something, I want to see it through, right? So then it's just expanded from there. This case is just unbelievable. This is going to be one heck of a movie when it goes to Hollywood.
I'm sure that people are already in the works trying to make that happen. When she's talking about toxic relationships and what it means to be a part of a narcissistic relationship, in the beginning, if you start to date a narcissist, they do this thing called love bombing, and it's where they do put you on the highest level of a pedestal, and what they try to do is make you feel like you're the only one that matters, because eventually what they'll do is slowly but surely trade in that where they're now on the pedestal and you're their what's called narcissistic supply. And really deep down, they're incredibly insecure. And anything that you would do to no longer give them that supply makes them very uneasy. And so it's a very unhealthy cycle. And I just want to remind anybody, if you're in a toxic relationship, or if you have red flags in a relationship, even before you know that it's super toxic, then get out of the relationship. You only live one time. Life is too short for you to be tied up into something that you know you shouldn't be in. How many red flags do you need? One of the things that we do when we work with churches at one of the ministries I'm a part of, we have a phrase that we say, red is dead, which means if there's a red flag that begins to exhibit in one of the areas that we're working on, then we know we shouldn't do it. Red is dead. If you have red flags and you know they're red flags, but you justify them, quit justifying things that you know are bad. Okay. And so my advice to you, do what you need to do to make sure that you're emotionally well. And that's oftentimes not going to be on the backside of a narcissistic toxic relationship. Wendy, I want to add you back. I hope that you have your YouTube muted this time. We can't have YouTube playing in the background. There's nothing that people can do to understand you talking when you do that. So,
okay, can you hear me? I'm fine. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, I live in Wilmington, North Carolina, and I just wanted to say that the restaurant she worked at was Smoke on the Water on River Road in Wilmington, North Carolina. And they did set up a memorial for her at the restaurant the past week. And so it sounds like to me, the people that are there now are the same people that worked with her. So you might can call them and get more information about what brought her here.
That's a great idea. I'd love to have a conversation with one of them.
With Smoke on the Water is the name of it.
Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
I didn't think about that, Gavis. We reach out to somebody who worked there. Maybe we'd learn a bit more information.
Well, we
Wonder if there's
actually
anybody there, but she stayed in touch with.
one of my mods last night called up to the Bullwinkle, and talked to the waitress that was working the night of the 26th and said Brian Laundrie was never in here. So
I'm not surprised about that.
yeah, so it's crazy that you can find fake stuff, and I really tried hard to fit that into the timeline, but I can't put it in there anymore.
I never went with that one because it was, again, not anything that was rooted in fact. It's like, to me, it's like the only things that I can allow when we're looking at stuff that happened previously, not when we're talking about where Brian's at. It's like I do two levels of facts. One level of facts where Kylan and Crystal are not involved, one level of facts when they are involved. And I just go with where I know. Like, for example, we know they were at the Mary Piglet, so we say that. We know he was at Coulter Bay, so we say that. We know that he had two people that picked him up whenever he was hitchhiking, so we say that. So then when we're talking about, and so I'm the reason I'm saying this is because a lot of people are like, you say you only follow facts, then you allow all this speculation. Well, we're following facts with everything that's in the past. Everything that's in the past, we follow with facts. There are no facts about the future. People who are listening and watching, quit giving me your hate mail because we're speculating about where he could be. What we're doing is theorizing the possibilities if Brian is alive, where those locations are. That's why we're all here. Okay. And so people don't understand the difference between the two when you're looking at the past versus looking in the future. When we look at the past, we're nailing those things down with facts, and we're building it out in two ways. One way where it doesn't involve Kylan and Crystal, and one way where it does. And either way, there's a bunch of facts to anchor them to both. And the only reason we do one way with and one way without is because the only missing link is that if Brian was involved, which seems likely, but it might not be. So you have to build it as if it's not. Okay. Nothing in the future is for sure. And there's a lot that we don't know about what happened, especially the first half of September. Beyond that, he's been missing, and we've been on these streams together trying to find. Mascara Wine and True Crime says, can you guys drop the membership link in the chat, please? I really want to join. Thank you for the coverage and opinions. Thank you for the super chat. And one of our mods, Simple Envy and Jennifer Rochelle, made some comments stating possibly where that's at. They're the ones who have the blue wrenches. So if you go look for the comments with the blue wrenches, then that will lead you to that. I also put it in the description of the video, and you can click on that, and that will help you figure that out. Somebody says, please change the background screen. It's so repetitive. I thought about, I had that trail video up, and if we don't put background videos that involve news media, then they copyright strike me and I get in trouble on YouTube. So I can't do that. I don't think you want just me and Gavis up here. It's not, if it's just Gavis and I on the screen like this, it's really boring, annoying to watch. It freaks us out. We don't want to do it. We want something playing in the background. It has to be a news feed or something that we're not going to get a copyright strike over. This is the best and most relevant news feed playing in the background, just so you guys know. Or if we just put, don't you think, Gavin, if we just put a still picture, it's not as good? Like I feel like this is good playing the feed.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the copyright laws are for news channels. Like I know Dr. Phil, you got to be careful.
Because he's not a news channel. He's a show that syndicates, so he can make money from it.
Yeah. But are all news channels okay? Like could you go CNN or anything like that? I don't know.
like press channel, anything that's press. Karen, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Doing okay. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for just being a part of our channel, being part of this community we're building here on YouTube, and thank you for liking and subscribing. What are your thoughts today?
I love your show.
Thank you.
I have a couple thoughts. One that I thought of today. I am wondering if perhaps there was a collaboration between the lawyer and the Laundrie parents that set up a safe house somewhere for Brian. Because they're good friends.
I think that's a real possibility, and other people are beginning to speculate that.
And somebody was talking, I'm not sure if it was this channel, about the lawyer maybe not being the most honest of people. So I think that's a really good possibility that, you know, he could be anywhere, but certainly the lawyer and the parents, it sounds like that there's a lot of property available. So I don't know, just a thought.
Thank you,
And I
Karen.
did have a question. What?
Sure.
I did have a question. I haven't heard this discussed, but Brian came home and cleaned out that storage locker.
Correct.
Does anybody know what was in the storage locker and where all that stuff went to?
Nobody knows.
No. Okay.
Thanks,
I
Karen.
appreciate it. Thank you.
So we got a new video from Brian Inton where he's having a conversation with former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer, who's sharing her insights about what may happen with the Teton County Coroner's press conference tomorrow.
So Jennifer, what do you think of this announcement by the coroner in Wyoming that there's going to be some kind of press conference tomorrow at 2:30?
Well, I think the coroner is going to release the official results. However, I would be very, very surprised if he releases the exact cause of death, the manner of death, beyond a homicide.
So you don't think it'll be detailed?
I don't think so. And that is based on the fact that it is an ongoing investigation, and those details are so crucial for the investigation. Moreover, say that specific details are released, as an example, that she was strangled, and later there are witnesses that say they thought they observed something, perhaps a strangulation. Did that come from this coroner's report and the specifics of that, or was it something they really saw? So it's very important that those types of details are concealed in this type of case.
So they really don't want the killer to know, they don't want anyone besides the killer to know the details. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. Even in the case of a situation where a killer will actually confess, those details are very important for corroborating their confession. So those are typically not released, and I would be surprised if any real new details come out in that press conference tomorrow.
One thing people keep messaging me on Twitter about, is there any chance tomorrow they could, increase the charges against Brian Laundrie in addition to giving more information about the autopsy? Do you think that's a possibility?
I really don't. A coroner is responsible for the information contained in that autopsy and for conducting the autopsy. However, the overall investigation, anything to do with charging Brian Laundrie, that would be released by the FBI.
And you were telling me on the phone earlier, Jennifer, we're all so anxious for any new information, and we kind of want closure, and we want Brian Laundrie to be found. But you were reminding me that we're just a month in. I mean, from your perspective, this doesn't happen quickly all the time, right?
Right. This investigation is truly at its infancy. It's being sped along very quickly due to the nature of the investigation, due to the media coverage, due to the fact that he is at large, and all of these amazing and very interesting details that have happened in this case that are unique. For those reasons, the whole entire case is at the pinnacle of the news right now, and I think will continue to be. And the FBI, however, is just starting their investigation. They're just getting returns on their subpoenas. They are just looking over the analysis of DNA evidence. The autopsy report has been completed now, and they're going to get all those details. So all of that is really just the beginning of a case. I did want to mention too, Brian, the FBI is working hand in hand with the United States Attorney's Office, and actually it would probably be both of them combined and jointly that would release any information regarding an indictment against the person who committed this homicide.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, if you take what she's saying at face value, it can be somewhat discouraging. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I'm discouraged. I was hoping that we would get at least one of one with some details, right? But what she said makes absolute sense, right? Yeah, there's so many FBI, legal, everything's got to be on the same page, and they're not going to let this coroner stick his neck out. He's just going to, yeah, unfortunately, that's probably what we're going to see tomorrow. It's just a quick and...
I hope we learned something new. It sounds like we're not going to be learning anything new from it, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of what my feeling is too.
Hey, I found out if some people are giving me money on Cash App, and I didn't realize this, and I appreciate it because it supports the channel. It lets us know you guys care about what's going on. But if you don't have a Cash App, then if you download Cash App and you use my code, which it's there on the screen, ZQPPVZP, not only does it give me money for you joining, but it gives you a free $5, and you can get it right now. So if you've never used Cash App and you download Cash App and you use my code, then it actually it will actually give you some resources as well. I thought that was cool. Just a way, if you don't have Cash App, and that'd be a way you could support the channel, just download Cash App. It will support the channel. It's easy as that, as long as you got to do it the right way and put the code in, because if you don't put the code in, then it doesn't work. But a lot of people don't have Cash App. I didn't know that. Did you know that, Gavis? They give you free money if you refer somebody to even just sign up. So
I know they do that over on Twitch. Twitch Prime doesn't cost a dime.
So I'm going to put it in the chat if you guys are interested in doing that. And then those of you who haven't done so yet, if you are on Twitter, I have a Twitter that you guys can follow. It's just tylerfeller22.com. And then I have an Instagram. It's just Instagram. And it's just Tyler Feller on Instagram. So if you're interested in following me at all on social media, those are both of the social medias that I'm on. Unfortunately, my Facebook friends is almost full, and it sometimes bumps up at the highest level where you only have a certain number of friends won't let you have anymore. So Facebook's really not that much of a help, but Instagram and Twitter allow you to connect with beyond any limit. So feel free, if you guys haven't done so, to connect with me on either of those things. If you guys want to join the call, some people are commenting, how do we join the call? The call is linked in. It's linked in the description, and I just put it again in the chat. All you got to do is click on that link. I'd love to have you join the call. I felt disappointed by hearing that FBI agent probably knows what she's talking about, but
yeah, I think she does. So, but I guess we can always hope.
Yeah, she probably does know what she's talking about. I just feel so disappointed. Like, I really wanted an opportunity to learn out, some new information or find out some new things that could possibly be going on in this case.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes me feel like we shouldn't come on tomorrow. I don't know. Like, if say we don't come on
and it's breaking news.
Yeah. And then it's like, say we do come on, because like I would have to make maybe some unique arrangements to make it happen.
Well, I'll be on, and I'll be covering it live, and I'll coordinate with you. If you do come on live, I'll drop mine and come over here. So
I wanted to play a video that I found. It's talking about if Brian could be getting help to evade law enforcement, and it goes back to, it's just a different perspective. It's a short video of something that I was talking about earlier. Like, is he getting help or not? Let's see what
Brian Laundrie is very close to home, if not in Florida, a neighboring state.
Seth Ferranti is a former drug dealer who faked his own suicide before going on the run. He had plenty of help, and he believes Laundrie has help too.
You need resources. Without resources, you're not going to be able to stay on the run. So I definitely think he's hiding out somewhere, probably in an apartment somewhere, with a friend or a relative. I definitely believe his parents have indirect contact with him, a friend, a relative, that is talking to them and talking to Brian.
After 2 years on the run, constantly changing his appearance, Ferranti says he grew careless. He began contacting family members and old associates, and that led to his capture by the U.S. Marshals.
You know, you can only hide in isolation for so long. You know, eventually he's going to want to step out, and that's what I did. He makes one mistake, they're going to pounce, and they're going to get him.
And Gabby Petito's mother visited Northport over the weekend to collect items from a memorial put up in her honor. As she left, she tweeted, "Goodbye, Florida. Thank you for showing us so much love."
The city of Northport, Florida will be taking down the memorial tomorrow, with all items being sent to the Petito family. Work has now begun on a permanent memorial to Gabby.
They said the permanent memorial is going to be a park bench with her name on it. So that's, I guess, what they've approved to put in that place. Mark, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
Can't
Thanks for
stand
calling
seeing
in.
him or not helping.
What are your thoughts about everything?
Well, I kind of wondered if Brian Laundrie is a serial killer, why isn't there more murders happening?
Well, I think people have connected him to Kylan and Crystal, and that one's not a for sure thing, but it could be possible. And then there's some other situations that's happened in Florida and on the Appalachian Trail that they think he might be involved in. And there's also a theory that says if he did participate in the demise of Kylan and Crystal, that he was into an idea based on a lot of Chuck's books that he was reading, Annihilation, Fight Club, and others that used an idea of what's called a trilogy. So happens in threes. So again, it's all something just nobody knows for sure. But if somebody says he's a serial killer, they don't know if he is or he isn't.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Thanks, Mark. Lindsay, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for calling in today.
I've just kind of got a theory, and I think it's kind of been talked about in the last caller, but Christopher Laundrie was invited 4 weeks later to do this search for Brian.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe there was something of importance, like possibly human remains, that they needed to identify? At the same time, the FBI was at his house getting more DNA. Then Dog the bounty hunter hurts his ankle. Is that possibly a ploy, maybe so that he didn't look like he didn't do his job like he was supposed to? Then Brian's dad also takes down pictures of Gabby in the yard. And now all of a sudden autopsy reports are coming out. So it's kind of weird.
I have a hard time coming up with a reason why everything would be as veiled as that, I guess, or as hidden as that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just too many connections of nobody telling the truth. So far, everything that Dogs Team's emailed me has been true. And I don't think that they would say something that they're saying it just to cover it up.
Right.
So I don't know. I have a hard time getting on the boat that you're saying. I think that if it was human remains, that somebody would have made a statement and said, we found human remains and we're trying to figure out if they belong to Brian Laundrie.
Right. Okay.
But I think they would have been able to identify that even without Christopher Laundrie.
Sure. Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Ari, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
So what are your thoughts?
Could you repeat that again?
What are your thoughts?
I'm just wondering how much longer he's going to be on the run without getting caught.
It's a great question. We played a video earlier where they're suggesting that it's going to be a long, long time. I'm really hoping that it's not. I hope it happens sooner than later, but really none of us know. It could be a year. It could be a day. I'm hoping we find him tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ari.
Yeah, I want to stay with this until we catch him.
Don, how are you?
Welcome back. I listened to that conversation, and as I said, I think the FBI is going to have their fingers in this, and I think that they're just going to let. I think they are going to let the Teton County
Corner.
CO do it, and then they're going to take it over. I mean, in other words, they've already made a commitment, said, all right, fine, give us what you know, and then we'll go do the rest. I don't think you're going to find any other information. I don't think you're going to get out the cause of death, because I don't think they actually know. The body was in such decomposition. I mean, it was in such bad shape anyway. 4 weeks out there in the open. I don't think that anybody can really detect how she died. And anybody who's going to sit down there doing that, they're putting their reputation out there. And I don't think this coroner is that astute at it. He's not. He may or may not. He may or may be elected. He may be selected. You got to remember, a lot of coroners are selected from a list of people. The political favors. In other words, if you support somebody who's in the county commissioner or somebody who's in the city mayor's office, you're going to get selected as the coroner. Certain states you have to have certain medical degrees, and in others you don't have to be so stringent. Out there in Wyoming, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with some of the state laws. As far as federal is concerned, you have the FBI has some of the best medical scientists and forensic scientists in the business.
Are the U.S. Marshals working under the FBI trying to figure this all out?
The marshals, you got to remember, the marshals strictly are the federal law enforcement officers. We are the ones that basically we're not yet. We're the oldest. The marshals are the oldest law enforcement organization in the United States. Predates the FBI over almost 150 years. So we've been there from the beginning. We are the law enforcement for federal cases. We're there for courts. We're there to make sure that we transport prisoners. But we also will help in capturing fugitives on the run. If the FBI can't handle it, or they are someplace where we have marshals nearby, we'll do it. If a passenger, for example, if prisoners who are being transported, if something happens, then the marshals are involved in trying to find and capture them. But in this case, I can tell you that there's a certain number of marshals in the Southeast that are involved in this, trying to find out where he may be, and also too, they're investigating his lawyer. That I can say.
I'm going to be really disappointed if they don't announce anything tomorrow that's meaningful.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed, but there's nothing. There's nothing that can be stated, and I'm just saying this from years of experience. And I've seen this in when you don't have the kind of publicity like this, it's if you, let's say a person's found murdered on where they find a body that's maybe 15, 20 years old in the middle of a federal park, then what happens is that, you go in, you give it to the FBI because it's on the federal park, and they will do what they can do. They'll do forensic scientists. They'll do carbon-14 dating on it. They'll try to figure out how old the bones are, how old, and how, if they can, determine who killed them. But you got to remember too that there's also hundreds of bodies that are stored away in Quantico and several other holding patterns in places in the United States, Federal Reserve places, that have never been identified, and yet they've got DNA out there in case something hits. And then that may happen with this young lady if they aren't able to determine that Brian did it, that there was a serial killer or somebody who stalked her or who happened to run across. It could have been a situation she may have witnessed something, or maybe somebody who came up behind her and started beating the crap out of her, and an unknown assailant. They won't know unless they can capture somebody, but if they have DNA of that person on her body, then they'll be able to hold on to that until they are able to get a hit.
Thank you, Don.
No problem.
Carson says, I think they'll announce something new to get more pressure on Brian. Maybe not entire story, but at least something. I hope so. They could be trying to do something that is going to turn the heat up on this again. Southern Girl Jen, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. I hope y'all are doing well.
We're doing well. Thank you for calling in. What are your thoughts about all of this?
Well, I have so many thoughts. You wouldn't keep me on as long. I had a very important question though about the is it called a news conference when a coroner or what is it called? I mean, and I'm in Central Time as you are. I don't know what Gavis's time zone is, but I believe our time zone will be 1:30. Correct? Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I'm in Central Time Zone. It'll be 1:30.
And will you be going live at that time, or will the press conference be live? And if so, where can we view it?
I think
Today was the
we'll
first
go
I've heard
live.
of
I
it.
think we're gonna plan to go live and we're gonna view it off of News Nation or whoever. There's gonna be several news outlets playing it. We'll play one of theirs on ours and give some commentary after it's over.
Okay. And I'm with a lot of the other, callers. I think it's a 50-50 chance what we get tomorrow. And I don't think we're going to get a lot if we don't, then I'm just going to have the belief in my heart that it's just, again, not information we can't have yet. And they need to hold on to everything they can until said person is caught and make a case. If they put everything out there, guys, then, and gals, I didn't mean just you guys. I always just say guys, sorry. If he hears any of that, and if anybody hears any of that, I've watched cold cases and crime cases for a long time. And there are people that have come forth and been like, oh, I did this. And they didn't even do it. Just because the information was out there for some reason. I mean, I'm not in that mindset, but honestly, there are people that will do things like that to say, I did it, and go to jail for it. And
Yeah, that's another good point.
they just want to be famous for something, and what an odd thing to want to be famous for. But, there's all kinds of kinds in this world, But that was just my 2 cents, and I wanted to be sure if you were going to go live at that time. I set my alarm on my phone since I work tomorrow, but I can step away. I work from home, thankfully, and I'm just as anxious to hear it as everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything you do. Enjoyed the service yesterday as well. And
Well, good. Thank you for tuning in. It just blew my mind that people from this YouTube channel are attending my church online. It means a lot.
And Gavis, I have subscribed to your Twitch. Unfortunately, I have a limited amount of time to watch online things, but I'm so glad you're here too, and all the insight that you bring is just amazing. You both are doing a really good job, and I want you to know that I pray for you both each night. I
Oh,
don't
thank
just
you
say
so
that as to say it. I really speak it.
It
Thank
means
you.
a lot. We need it, and just bless you. It's good to have people.
She doesn't have to watch it all at once. She can just pause it and go do something and then come back.
Sometimes I watch things in faster speed so that I can be up to date with them. And man, this one person, I don't know who it is in the chat, just saying I shouldn't be selling merch or whatever. It's like, hey, it's my channel, and we're putting in hours and hours and hours of doing this stuff, and it's good to have people support. And it's not wrong. It's not wrong in any way in my mind to try to get some support on a YouTube channel. It's part of what allows YouTube channels to be successful. Super chats, it means a lot. It helps it become a successful channel, and merch helps it become a successful channel. These are valuable things in the ecosystem in which we're living in as a YouTuber. We're not news stations here with big budgets to go and do this stuff. And then somebody else was like, are you donating money? We've donated a lot of money to the cause, what's happening with Gabby Family Foundation. So,
And me personally, I don't think I've made enough money to pay my electrical bill, so I'm not in this for the money. I just want to catch this creep.
yeah, so there we go. Just so people know. And another way you guys help and support is by hitting the like button on the video and subscribing to the channel. And it's like, ultimately, hey, here's our end goal. We're going to find a way to get justice for Gabby, for her family. Like, that's why we're all here. We're trying to do something to, you know, shine a light on finding somebody that, like you just said, is not held in high favorable viewpoint right now by me, by you, by 90% of the people on this channel when we did the poll. I want to thank Diane, Susan, Grandma Pam, Mary Jane, Jen, Lila, Jennifer, Lacey, Ariel, Laura, Elizabeth, Rosemary, SC, Cynthia, and Lindsay, all who joined the Feller fam today. Check it out. We got some cool emojis. Only anybody who is a part of the Feller fam can use those emojis. And so thank you guys for joining part of the Feller fam today. And I feel like we had a good call today. I'm going to go live tomorrow at 1:30 and we'll just figure that out. And then I'm going to go live again tomorrow night and we'll go deep dive into, if they said anything substantial, deep dive into it and then figure out what else has been going on and sort of go into that stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So, Gavis, are you going on Twitch tonight?
I'm pretty tired, guys. I've been up since 5 again. So you guys kind of know where to get me now. So if you find me, get over there, watch the videos, and yeah.
Jessica's making a super chat. Jessica, thank you for sending a super chat. She says, when a creator goes through all this trouble to help keep us up to date and they're able to post their merchandise. Yeah. I didn't even make a statement about it. That's what's funny. It's like I literally just sent it in the chat. Like I hadn't even, you know, and by the way, we gave free merch out too. I sent out free merch today to somebody that had won it. Like, so I don't know. It's a silly world on this YouTube stuff. I told Gavis, like, there's no way to have thin skin and do what we're doing. Thanks JXO for the super chat, super sticker. It's impossible. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Rita. You said, I think you're great. Thank you for the super chat. It's like part of the reason that I only posted the link to my church I only posted it in the people who are members is because like I wanted to make sure I didn't have a bunch of people flooding that with negative feedback. It's like,
yeah. No, I got my Discord channel. It's so good. We've only had to ban, I think, 1 person. And this Discord is running 24 hours a day, guys. So there's some interesting things. We have some off-limit areas that myself and the mods talk about stuff that's, you know, sensitive. So
you got to go to twitch.tv and type in Gavis ConCon to get to be able to get to his Twitch, and the videos are there. It's similar setup to what we're doing here, but it's on Twitch. And just, you know, people are saying don't pay attention to what they're saying. We gotta have thick skin. Can't pay attention to what they're saying. Like, there's 1,000 reasons why we have to do what we do. The other day, somebody left a comment like, why do you spend the first 3 minutes? You gave us no information. I'm like, yo, you're watching the replay. Hit the fast forward button if you don't want to hear where everybody's from. Like, we're doing that because we're in a live chat communication together, and the dude's watching the replay the next day getting upset about it. So people are saying, where's the merch? I'll show you where the merch is. Go to tylerfeller.com/merch, and you'll be able to see it. There's a little coupon right now. If you click it, you can click redeem and we'll give you 15% off. There's all kinds of products, men, women, kids, babies, accessories, and even a sticker. And so lots of different things to pick from on here if you're interested in any of that. I have a book coming out on November 16th as well, which is 3 days after my birthday, called Don't Stop. Hitting barrier after barrier in life can break your spirit. When battles beat down your motivation, you'll struggle to strive and live past the vast potential God has planned for you. Even the greatest struggle is an opportunity when you believe in God's plan. So if you want a perspective of how to overcome some different distractions and struggles and things you've had to go through, that's what my book's about. Learning to see your failures and struggles as an opportunity. And so if you're interested in that, some of you have already done it. You can pick up the book. Thank you for joining us on the call today. Have a great evening.